is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight, we go inside. The man, he is the one. You build your walls, faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt.
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know walk on as you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the light, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, holding on for life, feeding the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get off you. Day to day you wanna stay out. You're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, chasing the night.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best, my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
We're stuck in your car on a Friday night, and we laugh away stuff we try not to talk about. Still your smile keep on heating up the climate, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing out, yeah, yeah. And by accident, you're getting closer. Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah. 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Pro League here in Australia and New Zealand. I'm Guz, and joining me virtually is Raven. Obviously, a slight change of conditions, you could say, due to what's going on around the world. But hey, it's good to be here, and we should be in for a treat.
Yeah, it's great that we can still do the broadcast. I'm excited. We're comfy at home, and there's going to be some massive matches this week. And particularly tonight really shapes up how the rest of the week and the season for ANZ are going to play out.
Well, of course, this is Super Week. Normally, we don't play on a Tuesday night, but we do have action over the course of the next 3 nights. So be sure to tune back in as well over the next couple of days after tonight. Raven, you were casting last week. We had some pretty interesting matchups there. Do you want to maybe highlight a team or maybe a matchup that occurred last week?
Yeah, I still think the biggest thing for me was the performance from Sinister last week. They had a really, really poor first half. There's no other way to say it. To this season, and they actually played really well last week, and that really changes how the bottom end is kind of projected to finish. So that's one fantastic result from last week. And then there was also Wildcard, who they had one quite poor performance and then quite an outstanding performance against Elevate in the end, which has really kept them in touch with that top 4. So it means that both ends of these standings are really shaping up to be a tight finish.
All right, well, talking about standings, let's have a look at them and see where each of the 8 teams in ANZ are placed. Of course, starting up the top, it will be Fnatic and TBD, Elevate and Wildcard, not too far behind. And then Raven, we head into the bottom 4, which is Fury, Pittsburgh, Sinister and Kanga, who again are all pretty close. So it's definitely a ladder of 2 halves at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And Wildcard were the bridge between the top and the bottom there last week. But with the double victory they got against Elevate, they've created some room now between themselves and Fury, which, as you said, has created the 2 halves, which means that we're kind of seeing 2 battles here. It's the battle of the top 4 and the battle of the bottom 4. And they all pretty close to each other.
Yeah, and the great thing about how the seeding format works is basically we're going to have the teams that are really close together battling it out. So as you mentioned, it really is that battle of two halves. We could see teams in that top half jump all the way up to first and second, for example, and even the teams in the bottom half could still slip down to the bottom. So it's all on the line. These teams still fighting it out, having a crack, and it should make for some exciting matches this week.
Yeah, it really will. And the fact that Fnatic actually has the least amount of matches played means that they are playing every Playday this week. So that means tonight, Wednesday night, and Thursday night. So there's a lot of matches for them to still gain points and really cement that top place finish. But also there's still a lot of matches that they could lose points. And there's still chances there for the teams below them.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about Fnatic is tonight is the first night we're going to see them in this second split of Pro League Season 11, of course, coming fresh off the 6th Invitational, where they actually performed pretty well. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out against TSM and BDS, but I think they definitely were above everyone's expectations. And look, we know they've had a slight roster change that we'll get into later tonight, but it's going to be interesting to see how that shapes up.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a focus for us tonight is how that roster plays out. They've got 3 games for the week to either settle in or just work out some kinks. But regardless, Aces is not an inexperienced player by any mark. So I'm sure he'll be able to slide back in straight away.
Yeah, well, Fnatic, obviously, we see them later tonight. I guess we could start talking a little bit and start sort of theory crafting about the first matchup of the night, which will be Sinister and Kanga Esports. Both these teams, relatively close, of course, in that second half of the ladder. Should make for an interesting result. And then, as I mentioned, we do have Fnatic and TBD. What can we sort of take away, I guess, heading into this first matchup?
Heading into the first matchup, it's really interesting because of the way Sinister ended up playing last week, netting themselves 6 points, which are their first 2 victories in Pro League this season. Kanga did have an advantage over them, but now that's completely swapped. Kanga are below them at the bottom of the ladder. Kanga have gone through some significant roster changes, so it's fair to say their form is a bit shaky at the moment. So that's the big shake up there. And Sinister can now aim probably a lot higher than they were initially thinking they might be able to this week. They can actually jump a few places and take potentially up to 5th place if they're able to secure themselves all possible points.
Yeah, we'll dive into that matchup obviously in just a moment. Fnatic and TBD later in the night for the second half. Fnatic obviously going quite strong there in position number 1 as we saw earlier, and TBD, for me personally, have actually been going really well this season. I didn't quite expect them to be up this high, and if they can continue this form, there's definitely a chance that they could knock Fnatic off, because if they beat them in both maps tonight, they should do just that.
Absolutely, they have been in good form. They've had some great results against now some good teams. 2 wins against Wildcard. Given Wildcard's form, you would say, oh, maybe that's not so bad, but Wildcard actually played really well against Elevate. So yeah, TBD been a bit of a surprise, and they've got a massive week ahead of them.
All right, well, as you mentioned, Sinister last week had a really nice performance, netting not only their first, but their second win of the season. Let's have a quick refresh of what their roster looks like. It's been the same all season. Any key players from last week, Raven? We were talking about this just before the broadcast. There's one in particular who last week was just an absolute beast, wasn't he?
Yes, and that was Nico. He really stepped up for Sinister last week. He had a lot of entry kills and a lot of impact frags in general. And just the way he played really allowed his team to step into their own comfort. So I think definitely keep an eye on Nico and what kind of impact he can make. The other thing that I do want to touch on really quick is we discussed that Milo has taken a bit of a role change. He's taken on more shot calling, which has freed up some stress from the rest of the team. And it seems to have worked considering how they actually played last week.
Well, a roster that hasn't quite been as stable this season will be their opponent for tonight. It is Kanga Esports. A couple of name changes in there for tonight. One of those being Campo. This will be his first match for Kanga, and of course Spruce coming in quite recently as well. What can we sort of expect, I guess, on a surface level, Raven? Because to be honest, they're probably not quite looking as strong as they were at the start of the season, and it's going to take some time for this new roster to really gel together.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate because the first half of the season for Kanga was actually quite promising. They had some good results against good teams. And even though they had, of course, not netted that many points, that just all shows some development towards how you finish in the second half of the season. So with the changes to the roster, it's looking very different. Last week was quite messy. And they never really got a good foothold. We got some insight in the interviews that there was some issues with the veto and just in general how they were playing. But with the inclusion of Campo, I'm quite curious because it's actually his first Pro League performance ever. Really promoted him into the spotlight here. And if he can deal with that pressure, maybe that will have some positive dividends for them tonight.
Yeah, he's definitely, I guess you could say, being thrown into the deep end just a little bit, coming into these really
Just a
close
tad.
matchups at the end of the season. But hey, if there's one time that you want to show up, perform well, it's probably now. Make a bit of a name for yourself. And hopefully, if this roster does sort of stay together, gel together for the rest of the year, as there's more events later, they should be looking like they're in pretty good form. And I think they're one of those teams who, maybe a bit like Wildcard, are going to be playing that long-term game. Not really too worried about these results as such, but trying to learn as much as they can from them.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a rebuild phase, or even just a build phase in general, you could call it, at this stage of the season. So I think if Kanga just really focus on that, try and do their best, figure out where the issues are and work on those, they can really focus on to progression into next season.
Well, the map veto is very important in every matchup. Let's bring up the veto for matchup number 1 this evening and see where we'll be heading. Fingers crossed for a theme park game. We know theme park's now in... I was about to explain that it's in the pool and Bank is out, but Kanga having none of it, and we're heading to Clubhouse.
Yeah, not yet for theme park, but Clubhouse is going to be quite a good contest here. Sinister performed very well on Clubhouse last week. We haven't seen Kanga with their existing lineup play it just yet, so that's a bit of an unknown for us. But regardless, Sinister, again, their performance last week was very good on Clubhouse. So this is definitely going to be a big challenge for Kanga.
Yeah, I must say I'm a little bit surprised that Kanga have let that map through. I know that talking to some of the players, obviously, I don't want to reveal too much, but Sinister, I think they're pretty comfortable on Clubhouse. It's a map that they quite enjoy playing, and I mean, the results really reflect that, as you mentioned last week. They played extremely well. They did that bait strat that some of you may or may not have seen, where they were defending top floor. They baited Pittsburgh all the way down to basement, and yeah, it was basically tears for Pittsburgh from then on. So I'm expecting Sinister to probably bring out all the cards again tonight.
Yeah, and that was a beautifully executed play. I'd be quite surprised they even try to do it again this week. Because
surely not.
It's going to be known that it's coming. I think Kanga will be very thorough with their drones for a lot of the defense rounds that Sinister will be pulling out. But yeah, it has notoriously been a strong map for Sinister, and maybe Kanga backing themselves on the way they've counter-stratted, or the way they've VODed. So coming into this, maybe that's the preparation that they're bringing towards Sinister, and there might be some adaptation, that Sinister will have to deal with.
Well, we're both feeling pretty confident for Sinister. Let's bring up the community poll and see what you guys at home think. Let's whip it up and have a look. There you go, Sinister with a pretty hefty amount of votes, and in my opinion, that reflects sort of what I'm feeling pretty well, I think.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair to say. I mean, like, we've talked about it a lot. Sinister's performance last week, nothing short of great. Kanga's last performance was nothing short of quite bad. And I mean, like, they had some great results in the first half, but you can't really conclude from that anymore because of how their roster's changed. So based on that, it's a pretty big consensus here that people are leaning into Sinister to win this game. Yeah,
well, I've got Kanga's most recent map on Clubhouse actually being against TBD, and that was a 4-7 loss. But as we keep alluding to, it's almost a completely different team in some respects because of how many changes they have undergone. So any sort of past form isn't really reflective of what we're going to see tonight. And we don't have that Clubhouse form going into this with this roster. Well, actually, we don't have any form technically if you want to consider Campo being a big change to this team. So it's a lot of unknowns, which could actually potentially play in Kanga's favor if they're a bit more unpredictable, because Sinister, they're going into the unknown as well, aren't they?
Yeah, that's the thing. We can talk about a team being unknown or their form not carrying forward, but that also makes it hard for their opponents to prepare for that. So Sinister are definitely going to have to be on their guard because Kanga could pull out some surprises.
Well, Clubhouse will be the first matchup for tonight. Sinister versus Kanga. Let's jump right in. Sinister will be attacking first, so that leaves the first ban up to Kanga. Raven, what do we expect here?
Yeah, I mean, some common bans for Clubhouse would be Maverick, Capitao, but then again, we might see some innovation. Thatcher's also always a good ban, so I expect those kinds of attackers to be banned here.
Thatcher ban on Clubhouse. Definitely would not have guessed that.
Yeah, it's a strong ban. I mean, just Thatcher in general off any map is going to help a lot. And considering the inclusion of Wamai now, that is more utility you have to think about trying to clear. So just getting Thatcher off just really makes it hard for the attackers.
It's interesting you actually mentioned Wamai, because Sinister were one of the few teams last week that were actually using Wamai quite a bit. So Kanga potentially shooting themselves in the foot a little bit there, unless they have an alternate way of getting rid of those devices. Either way though, Maverick will be the second attacking ban. Again, all these bans pretty typical of Clubhouse, I feel, so far. unless Kanga whip out something we haven't seen before on this final defensive ban.
Yeah, and I like the Maestro ban because, as we were saying, there's already a lot of utility you have to clear, and just not having Evil Eyes that you have to deal with, because of course you have to use projectiles or explosives to clear that. Not having to worry about that is great. And all the Echo complementary ban means that there's going to be a lot less intel on the defense. So maybe we'll see a lot of Pulse and Valkyrie, something just to be able to collect that additional intel to default cameras. This ban phase is quite interesting, even though it is pretty common. It does create some challenges on both sides now.
I feel like some challenges on the defense wouldn't go astray. Clubhouse is quite a defender-sided map if you want to look at the stats. So if it can even out a little bit, it could make for a more even contest and allow Sinister to maybe even lead heading into the half, which will give them some nice confidence. Church and Arsenal, though, will be the first bomb site Raven. And Pulse is on the board, as you suspected. So outside of that, there's not really a whole lot of intel gathering unless you want to consider the Legion mines. And Oats actually switched on to Valkyrie. So again, only one hard intel gatherer for the defense.
Yeah, and they're playing the Kaid, which is great. Obviously, without the Thatcher, it's going to be very difficult to clear the Kaid. And of course, normally you would then lead to Maverick to open hatches, but that's also banned. So both those options are off the board. Makes Kaid very strong. Of course, there's still ways to deal with it, but it requires a lot more coordination, a lot more intel, and a lot more time. And time being a very important commodity, of course, when you're attacking.
Time is one of the most precious commodities, I think, in Siege. Some teams are better at balancing it than others. We have to Sinister to try and maximize the limited time that they have, because the timer can really count down quickly, and if you get distracted by one particular roamer or take too long to clear particular utility, it can really stack up against you. And historically, Sinister haven't been the best team late round where things are hectic, so I feel as if the more control and the more frags that they can get earlier in these rounds, the better it'll set them up for late round.
Absolutely, and interesting here that Kanga are playing no real roam. We're seeing roam strats being really common on Clubhouse, and they've just elected to pretty much all anchor on bomb site. I think they're just trying to play into a strength of their own, in that they're going to get flushed out on the roam pretty quick by Sinister. The attacks were quite coordinated last week. So this time they're just going to try and play it safe. Maybe they'll try and play a late flank, so put the onus on Sinister to be careful of their flank watch.
A bomb has been located.
Vinny here on the IQ, already creating some vertical angles, using that scanner to take out the default, and it looks like Sinister do have decent control around Kitchen. Can't quite get that utility as it's stuck behind the pipe by the looks of things. Nico, meanwhile, once again playing the Buck Raven, so I'd be very careful if Nico has nades in hand.
Yeah, nades is a great point. He was on point with so many of his nades last week. I'd love to see a percentage of nades to kill, and just the amount of kills he got from grenades. Absolutely insane. And here he goes again, bucking open the floor, trying to use these nades, just clearing utility at this stage. And the time management has been great from Sinister. They saw that there was no roam. They've pushed straight through, taken that map control. They're working on this utility. It's really going to put a lot of pressure on to Kanga in that final half of the round.
Luna is getting the bar hatch open as well, just creating more points of attack for the rest of her team. Kanga, though, aren't really playing into it and playing overly aggressive, which is good for them. Shots are raining out, though. That's Campo, who's now taking a bit of damage. Milo as well, as they are still attempting to open this hatch. Potentially an impact ship coming out from below, and it doesn't hit. No, it doesn't. So there we go. The hatch will be opened as Spruce gets the opening kill.
Yeah, that's the thermite off the board, but that hatch open, that's going to be a lot of pressure back onto Kanga. It means that Sinister don't necessarily have to open a whole lot more. All they have to now do is collect the rest of the map control required to execute there. So that's usually dirt or blue, which we see Fisher guys starting to push now. And with Vinny still able to push from main stairs, this could be a big problem for Kanga.
30 seconds now left on the board. Sinister need to make their mark, try and getting towards the side and get that plant down. Smokes are still raining out, just stalling them out slowly as flashes will follow. Milo is still prone on that hatch, has the diffuser in hand, and Leber gets one as well. Nico gets one back though as Milo drops the hatch. Vinny gets one as well to even it out. So now the kills are trading out and Milo will be able to attempt the plant. Nico needs to try and cover though, but he's not in the best position. Surely they can't stick this plant, but they do. Milo gets the plant down and Nico gets the kill, so it's a 2-on-2. Leb and Wayneman for the retake. Need to try and clear these players above first and foremost if they want to go for that diffuser, but it doesn't matter. Milo's down inside and gets the first. Leb needs to try and follow it up, but he can't. Nico from above can surely shut him down, and he does. Sinister with a slightly messy round there, but Nico and Milo able to clean it up nicely.
I absolutely love the 2v3 situation that Sinister played out there. They just stuck that plant, which was critical because once they're in that post-plant situation, they actually had fantastic positions. Kanga didn't have intel in Armory once the plant was going down, so Milo able to play tucked into that corner while Nico covers from Hatch was very, very strong. I really like that from them, and again, they've been able to secure a solid end of round, and that was their biggest issue in the first half of the season.
It appears as if Kanga will now re-attempt down below. We saw him get the first 2 kills of the round, Raven, and just wasn't quite enough as Sinister were able to crawl it back. It's a nice late round aggression that Kanga wasn't quite prepared for. They should have expected it though. It's so late in the round and Sinister weren't left with too many options, but fortunately for Kanga, they just weren't able to quite shut that down, so you're gonna have to rethink how they try and total on the site late round heading into this one.
I think the thing that really enabled Sinister to get that down was the push from Vinny. It looked like it was down the main hallway. It was some kind of counter push regardless. And what seemed to have happened is it diverted Kanga's attention away from that hatch, even for just a second. Vinny was refragged. He got a pick and was refragged straight away. But in that time, they were able to drop the hatch and actually get the diffuser down. So that play and the timing was key to Sinister winning that round.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
We are seeing a bit more of a presence above here from Kanga, electing to reinforce top floor. So we're going to see quite a heavy roam. Kanga, of course, boats in particular, bringing the castle. So probably an SSG-esque roam coming out from them. And it looks like Sinister are playing into that at the moment, trying to clear above. Always risky going for these roamers, but if you commit to it and you're able to clear them out, it makes it really hard to get back towards site, try and hold the bombs, and Sinister could get this round. But if Kanga can hit their shots early round like they did last round, they're probably in a better position to win it in the end.
Yeah, and they're really changing it up because it was a hard anchor strat on the previous round, and this one they've got 2 above. We even saw Campo lingering a little bit with the Jaeger, not 100% sure where he's ended up. But regardless, it's total night and day compared to their previous round, and it's going to really put the pressure on the Sinister because they're going to have to adapt to that. And if they can still successfully roam clear, that's going to be a bit of a mentality hit for Kanga.
Vinny though, he'll get one on main stairs and a second. They're on to Spruce, a great start for him, and Vinny, he's showing up nicely here in these first 2 rounds. That leaves the 3 remaining members of Kanga to try and retreat towards side. It looks like they've done so. Sinister will need to be mindful of any flanks that could potentially come out, but it looks safe for now. And Raven, they still have half the round to play with plenty of time to go for an execute.
Yeah, that really was quite the efficient roam clear there. They just made them reposition into Vinny's line of sight, and he just got 2 really easy kills. Really well executed from Sinister. Didn't lose any HP on the roam clear, and not much time burnt. So yeah, you've got to give a bit of a fail mark there for that Kanga roam, and it means that Sinister have all the time they need to start working on things and potentially get a hatch open.
I think the scary thing here is Nico hasn't used a single grenade yet, so if I'm a Kanga member sitting on site,
True.
a little bit wary of that. Hopefully Campo's used some ADSs on the side. I think I might have seen him place one above, so if there's not many down below, that could spell disaster. Either way though, Nico has now expended those grenades, so Kanga able to get away from that. Is once again, Milo's going to go for the hatch, and the vertical control from Sinister's looking pretty strong.
Yeah, and that impact trick was successful this time though, so this means they're going to have to use more of the X-Kairos to get the hatch open. One play in position to deny, but not going to go for it the second time, so it looks like the hatch will get open now, Guz. So leaving Sinister about 30 seconds for this execute, but their positioning is again quite good. They've got a couple at the hatch here ready for the drop in the cover. Vinny playing main stairs. It was so critical last time. As Fisher opens it up, it's looking good for Sinister again.
Fisher here, he could be uncontested and get another, and he does. It's now a 4-on-1. Wayneman, he'll get one back, but it's looking pretty dire in a 3 versus 1. Nico has that diffuser in hand and can surely go for the plant. Wayman's going to go for a late flank here. Potentially he could deny it right on time, but if he doesn't know where that plant's going down, it may not be possible, and it looks like he's safe in towards the eastern side of Armory. Surely it will be stuck, and it will. Wayman now left in a 3-on-1 post-plant Raven. It's not exactly the most ideal scenario.
No, definitely going to be tough for him, and not like the greatest loadout to be able to deal with this. SMG-11, all he got for distance, and he's going to have to try and get close if he wants to be able to use his shotgun. Beautiful post-point positioning here from Sinister. They're playing quite patient, pre-firing a lot of angles, covering it beautifully. I feel sorry for Wayne, man. He's not going to have much of a shot here, Guz. He doesn't even know exactly where Diffuser is. Sinister shut it out. Great round from them.
Another solid attack there for Sinister. Able to shut down any sort of retake as well, which in the first half definitely was one of their weak points. We have seen them lose rounds in a similar fashion to that, but you can see on that occasion they looked really disciplined, really well gelled together. There wasn't one person over peaking or another trying to reposition unnecessarily. It just looked really nice and tidy. Kanga not really in a position to win that round back, and a 2-0 lead on a clubhouse attack, Raven. That's looking pretty good.
Yeah, and onto Church at that. It's something we were talking about earlier with these bans, no Thatcher, no Maverick, should make Church the strongest bomb site on this map, in theory, because you will struggle to open those hatches. But Sinister, on both occasions, they've made it work. Maybe that's due to a fail defense from Kanga in terms of the impact trick. We only really saw it tried once in that last round, but also that roam clear was really efficient from Sinister. So Kanga just not being able to stand up to what Sinister's laying down at the moment. Of course, they're going to rotate bomb site now because really Church just hasn't worked out for them, and that's quite alarming.
Yeah, not only did they attempt the same site twice, but they also had two radically different approaches. With neither of those working, it's a little bit dire. They may well be forced to stick to a cache and bedroom rotation, which if you don't have that 3 objective sort of depth to your defense, it's going to be so challenging to get those critical rounds and have that advantage heading into the half. So hopefully Kanga can at least get this round and maybe the next if they want to position themselves nicely and give themselves the confidence to go back downstairs. But based off those first 2 rounds, it's looking a little bit grim.
Yeah, grim is a good word to describe it so far, but they had this kind of start last week against Fury. They lost 2 rounds in quite significant fashion on border. But then they brought it back, and they actually ended up having a round advantage at one stage there. I mean, they did end up losing that map, but seems to be something with the Kanga squad at the moment. It ebbs and flows, and that just comes down to this new roster. You're going to have inconsistencies, and I think that's just what we're seeing.
Nico probing below, still has 2 nades in hand and could well use that to clear players such as Leb, who are above vertically. ADSs will not help him in any scenario if he's standing above that destructible floor, so if they can position that and time that, that will be a good play. Leb does rotate though as he hears Fisher get quite aggressive, and they already have garage control, Raven. This is really early to be gaining such a critical part of the map.
Yeah, it is, and the sooner they can clear out this cache position, the stronger this attack is going to be, because this is usually the biggest battle, right? Is getting this map control into cache and CCTV. If you can get that, you can usually clear out logistics quite easily, depending on how the reinforcements work, and then you've got quite solid map control. And I think Sinister are doing a really good job so far. Unfortunate not to get those shots is Nico, but that frag grenade coming through and hits the mark again, Guz. This man does not miss his grenades.
And that's the cue to Sinister to rush in towards side, and Spruce will pay the price. It's now 5-on-3, and Kanga are basically forced to retake the side. All their members appearing to be off site to the west, and that's not where you want to be. Actually, they are on site. I am mistaken. I got this site completely mixed up, Raven. What a great start. Back to Pro League. It's been a while. It's been a while. I'm sorry.
Has been a while. You're not wrong, man. But look, Kanga in a bad position here. Sinister just looking really strong in his attacks. One thing that was really nice about the way they executed this then is in the hecticness of that frag grenade coming from below, they capitalized on that. They pushed forward aggressively. It was timed beautifully, and it's allowed them to just continue to dominate with pressure onto Kanga. It's now 5 versus 2, up to Campo and Wayne, man. They are on site, but they are surrounded.
Once again, it's not looking good. Campo's stuck inside of the bathroom. Multiple angles that he needs to try and cover. Doesn't quite hit the shots on the first. Will he hit the second? No. So he misses both, and Sinister still have 5-man up for the plant. Nico, though, he's going to rush in. Secures his double. Doesn't quite get the triple as it's stolen away by Fisho Guy, but Sinister will take 3 attacks in a row. That one being flawless nonetheless, and it's looking pretty good for Sinister.
It really is. The coordination that we're seeing for Sinister again is just building on the strong performances we saw last week from them. And I just think, given the way Kanga is at the moment with their rebuild phase and just the way their roster is, they're struggling big time. Sinister are countering almost everything that Kanga are doing. And that's got to be tough. They're going to repeat the bomb site, guys. I think they can change something. But the way that Sinister took CCTV and cache was a bit scary if I'm Kanga.
Yes, it was. The efficiency is what threw me off. I'm like, oh yeah, they got the wall open. Yeah, oh, they're inside. No, they're not. Guz, what are you doing, mate? Oh, well, now I get a second go because they're going to go there again. So hopefully, I don't have a brain fade mid-round and we can get it right.
Yep, they will get a redo, as will you. And looks like they're going to set it up pretty similar, to be honest. Maybe they identified a bit of a fundamental issue, setting up similar rotates. Bruce here on the Mozzie, though. See whether he can net himself any kills this time. Nobody really getting a chance to get into the game. I mean, Boats is on the most kills for Kanga here, but nothing feels like it's been, well played for Kanga. It feels like Sinister has just constantly been on top, constantly putting this pressure on. Kanga just have no answers to that.
Looks like Kanga will once again be executing this hold of CCTV and Cash, trying to delay the push from Sinister. Didn't delay a lot of time last round, so hopefully they can extend that inconvenience in this one. 3 rounds of attack win straight on Clubhouse. Pretty unprecedented, but I think it's really a reflection of how well Sinister are playing. Shots already coming out towards the top of blue, and I think 2 Kanga members now, they're stranded downstairs. Spruce gets one though with the C4. Oh, that is such a Spruce moment, but there you go. Fisho's off the board, one of the top fraggers for Sinister so far.
I was just sitting here thinking, what is this? 2 Kanga players rotating all the way down to the bottom of blue. But look, it worked out. That C4 got a pick. Almost took out 2, to be honest. It was close to being a double. Milo just hanging in there. And it means that finally Sinister are quite impacted early on in their attack. That's going to have to make them rethink what they're doing. They're still pushing quite confidently, though. Milo's just said, you know what? I'm going to take garage control. I'll just push straight to CCTV. We can open this CCTV wall. And they're pretty much almost where they were before, just minus a couple of things.
The wall will finally be opened in towards CCTV. That's Luna on the thermite. Vinny, he gets Boats though, so there we go. It's now a 4-on-3 scenario. Just over halfway to go in the round, and just like that, Raven, they're bringing back a round that was looking a little bit iffy at the start, and I think it's really a reflection of the confidence that they're bringing so far in this second half.
Yeah, and the big takeaway from that is that they don't seem phased. And that's, again, their issue that was in the first half, is they seem to have had difficulties with mentality when things were going wrong. Looks like Nico just spotted Leb. Maybe there was some intel on that. Leb is about to lose his face to Nico. Another kill for him. He's on a double for this round. Again, Sinister just going from strength to strength. Their mentality is just looking really good in this half of the season. It's honestly almost like they're a completely different team. Yeah,
that's exactly what I was thinking. If you had to put maybe 2 VODs side by side of Sinister in the first half of this season and the second, and blurred the names, I don't think you would be able to tell it's the same team. They've undergone those role changes. The aggression and the confidence is just so much better, and it's really showing well. Of course, Kanga aren't going to be at full strength, but I think Sinister are playing really well. We can't take that away from them. As Vinny gets another, Luna gets one as well, and it's just like that. The round's over. Kanga just having absolutely no answers at the moment.
They really are having a tough time. And look, I have to question again, maybe the veto here for Kanga. Last week, we questioned it. They've chose Coastline against a strong Coastline team in Fury, and they were punished for that. And now they've chosen Clubhouse against a strong Clubhouse team in Sinister, and I think it's fair to say they're getting punished for it.
Yeah, I was pretty critical of the map veto as well. I feel like Sinister, for the most part, feel pretty confident on this map. Unless potentially this is Kanga sort of treating this as a real sort of training ground to maybe get better at this map. I'm not too sure.
Attackers need to locate,
but of course, they're going to be gunning for that win.
Yeah.
And 4-0 is definitely not a winning position when you're on the losing side of that, especially on the defense. So hopefully they can shake things up a little bit here. We've already seen them lose this site twice in a row. Rounds number 1 and 2 respectively. Come on, Kangish. Please, spice it up a bit. Spruce it up a bit. I'm going to say that. It says spice it up, spruce it up a bit. Give us some spruce plays. More C4s, please.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm most curious about is how they try to play this out, because the first time they tried to defend, they hard anchored, didn't really work out. Second round, they tried to hard roam, worked out even worse. So I think they need to try and find a middle ground there. It's good to slow down Sinister at the start, but if they get shut down in that roam clear just as quick as they did in that round number 2, it's going to be a complete fail. So they need to find that balance, slow them down, get back to site, and then try and just really jam out all the time so Sinister have to try and do a rush execute.
Last time we did see this roam, Sinister were quite effective and willing to clear it out. We could see them target start on this occasion. Not seeing too much progress above. In saying that though, Nico's now coming over towards that gym window, or the roof rather, now to assist. So it does look like Sinister are going to go for that full roam clear it. And can't really blame them. It was successful on their first attempt. They won the round pretty confidently. And if they can replicate that, they'll go 5-0 up.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just about maintaining patterns or maintaining routine. This worked really well for them. So sometimes it's good to not change it. It's E4 from Spruce again, though.
Spruce! What an absolute god. Fortunately, we did get to see where that was from, but it was probably a yeet out of the window 50 meters away. Either way, though, Kanga now have the man advantage, and they're in a good position to get the round. Wayman gets one as well, but the aggression in towards Bedroom from Fisho nets him a kill, and there could be a player severely compromised there in towards Logistics. A player was coming up main stairs to assist, though. That's Campo. Spruce is playing patiently. He knows that there is a player there potentially holding the angle. It's going to be a tough fight against Fisho, but Fisho's not looking the right way, and Spruce could get him from behind. He whiffs his shots. Oh, my goodness. He almost didn't get that kill. Oh, either way, though, he did. And Sinister are now at a 2-4 man deficit.
Man, I thought he was about to get 180 done.
Oh, that would have been so fun. I would have clipped it. I would have clipped it and sent it to him straight away.
Would have been a massive feels bad, but he still has this vertical position, and it is up to Milo and Luna. They are the two hard breaches, so they can get some stuff done, but the big issue here is that they have to worry about Spruce. He can flank them at any time, and considering they've only got a minute, they're going to have to set up some careful drones maybe for their teammates to watch so they can actually get some stuff done. Otherwise, it's going to be real tough for them. Spruce is making a move now, though, and actually, bad move at that. His toe is taken off by Luna under that barricade. Makes it a bit more even now.
Definitely winnable for Sinister. Milo only has 1 kill on the board, but we know that he's a strong fragger. He's likely playing that IGL role, so not going as frag heavy on this occasion. There were some role changes over the break, and now it's his time to shine. I know he loves the aim trainer. He would have been prepping for this map all day, trying to get some kills, and it looks like this could well pay off if they can push in and flush these Kanga members out. Luna drops the hatch, heads towards the memorial door. Can she get that first kill? She does. That's Campo deleted off the board, and 15 seconds left for Luna to try and get 1 or 2 more. She makes her way in towards side, and they almost line up for her, but manages to get her taken out. But there we go. The refrag from Molosca will end that round, and my goodness, I thought Luna was going to line them both up there. Kanga with some really poor positioning late round, and Milo able to clean that one up.
Oof, Luna almost absolutely single-handedly dismantled Kanga in church just then. That lineup almost working out. Really well played from her in that entry, and then Milo to finish it off. Again, some great communication, some good 2vx play from Sinister, getting them another round. That's 5 rounds in a row, guys. 1 more round for this half. Could be a flawless half here for Sinister.
I'd have to check the results, but I don't think there's been many flawless rounds at all in ANZ Pro League so far. And to be able to execute that on attack in Clubhouse, whew, it's pretty scary. And it hasn't even felt like, bar that last round, Sinister have really struggled. I mean, they've looked confident. Kanga just have had no response. And you could even argue that last round was only close off the back of 2 C4s. Now, we don't know if those had a little bit of luck involved or if it was intel based, but they weren't as a result of gunfights, which is where I think Sinister have really excelled so far.
Absolutely, and even the teamwork on top of that, because it was one thing that Luna was winning her gunfights, but she would have called out that final position of where the mute was, and Milo was there ready to react really quick, and that does take coordination, and especially that close to the end of the round in the small numbers situations. The communication can sometimes get a bit muddled up, gets a bit chaotic. So for them to just keep their head and be clear in that situation is fantastic. The other thing quickly, guys, is there's actually been no 7-0s in ANZ this entire season. There is a potential chance this might be the first one, the way things are going.
Sinister could be the innovators, and if they win this round, they set themselves up very well to do so. I definitely don't expect teams to be taking Sinister to Clubhouse after this. You could almost argue they're getting to the SSG level of don't take to Clubhouse in ANZ. Maybe not quite there, maybe not quite. But I think so far today they've proven that this is one of their stronger maps, and let's hope that Kanga actually intended to go this map this week and it wasn't unintentional.
Yeah, definitely going to be a good question to ask later on. But you're right. I think Sinister are making a great case for why to not take them to this map. And Throne Clear again looking quite efficient. Some aggressive positions here from Boats. It's punished beautifully by Vinny though. And again, this roam clear just working out pretty well. I mean, it didn't last round, but Sinister brought it back. So the fact that this is working out well so far, I think it's looking quite dangerous for Kanga again.
Vinny's shot so far on this map has been pretty good, winning a lot of 50-50 gunfights, setting the rest of his team up really nicely for the rest of these rounds. Spruce with another C4 will net the first kill for Kanga. Is that 3 rounds in a row, or at least 3 entry kills for Kanga that he's gotten with a C4?
It is 3 C4 kill rounds in a row for Spruce there. So just going off with the C4s. Nico has found Campo though, so that means that it is up to 3 players for Kanga back on side as we saw Spruce rotate back. There are 4 players alive for Sinister. Nico tagged quite low. I just noticed on the scoreboard that Nico's only died once. Same with Milo. So I think that's a big, significant sign of just how dominant Sinister's been in the rounds that we've seen them win.
And you were mentioning repetition before. It does feel like Sinister are taking very similar approaches to all of these rounds and netting those winning results. Again, just gaining this vertical control, opening up the floor in kitchen and executing that hatch as quickly as possible. And again, we're probably going to see an execute in around that last 30 seconds of the round. And if it's been like any of the others, Sinister are likely to come out on top.
Yeah, they've given themselves plenty of time. They've got numbers advantage so far, and they're using their drones. So they're giving themselves the best possible chance to win this round. It's going to be up to some nutty denial from Kanga and just some good teamwork to be able to close this out. But honestly, at this stage, the way Sinister's playing and the way this round has been set up, this is going to be a tough crawlback for Kanga.
The tension, it's really palpable at the moment as Sinister continue to play quite passive and just wait for that opening. But they don't have a lot of time left. It's 15 seconds on the board. And these Kanga players are playing in safe positions. Maybe not Lev though, he's taken out by Luna, so it's a 4 onto Wayneman and Spruce left to clutch it up. Wayneman gets 1. Can there be another one? No, so it's now a 3 on 1. The hatch drop comes out, the plant needs to go down, or maybe not. Luna's gonna get that final kill onto Spruce. And that is a perfect half for Sinister on a Clubhouse attack. Who said Clubhouse is defender-sided? What? No, it's not. Nah. I don't believe that.
Given the bans too.
I know,
like that's really strong. I mean, Thatcher and Maverick off the board for attack on a map that requires a lot of hard reinforcement breaching. Clap to Sinister. They've done really well. And I mean, like, let's not put all the spotlight on Sinister as well as they're playing. Kanga just seem to be failing to adapt or really struggling to adapt to what Sinister are doing. As we said, like, it's been pretty repetitive from Sinister, the way they've cleared, often coming from CC across for that top floor, shutting it down from the stairs window. A lot of that's not a surprise for Kanga, but they just can't seem to get anything working for them.
Yeah. It's definitely easy, I think, to be critical of Kanga because they aren't playing the best. So it's really important that we keep in mind that this is basically a new team to what we saw at the start of the season. At the start of the season, we had players in this team that have now elevated themselves up to teams higher in the standings. I mean, the old roster, they were able to knock off Fnatic and draw a map with them. So that was a really strong performance from them. The way that they're playing now, they wouldn't have beaten Fnatic. They wouldn't have drawn with Fnatic, rather. So it's really, as we keep alluding to, it's this rebuild period. And look, if there's anything they can take out of this, it's a learning experience. Because if you lose and you don't learn anything, that's probably going to be worse than just throwing this map out the window and going, yeah, we just played bad.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it's really important for them also just to preserve the mentality a little bit. I think it's quite easy just to start to feel a bit down about these kinds of performances, and that can really hinder how quickly you can rebuild. So they will have to be careful of that. And of course, it is Campo's first Pro League game ever. He is definitely struggling, and it's not probably a great match for them either because Sinister are really rising to form here, and it's just absolutely punishing all these mistakes from Kanga.
Nico is playing quite aggressively below, trying to stop any players gaining that control. It did appear as if Luna was inside of Garage as well, so Sinister spread all across the map to try and slow down Kanga here. And that's what you need to do. When you're this far up, try and be confident. Unfortunately, that drone, I believe, gets taken out. It sounded like it either way, and that's just going to slow down Kanga's intel gathering even more as Nico's left to continually roam below. Sinister having strong control of the wall as well. Again, it's just things are looking a little bit slow here for Kanga.
Yeah, they're really taking their time, and I like that Sinister are just continuously putting this pressure on. Nico is just hanging out in the bottom of garage. He shot a few drones, and he's pre-fired into the storage window just to delay that entry. And even if he delays half the round and they can't clear the Kaid trick, then that's his job done, no matter whether he gets a frag or not.
As we sit and wait for the first frag, it will finally come out. It's Nico. He gets one, but gets refrag. That's Campo's first kill in Pro League, so a quick clap for him. But the celebrations must be kept short as Kanga now only have half the round left to try and get around back here and maybe even mount a comeback if that's possible at this stage. Importantly, though, the wall is still reinforced. It will potentially get open, as it sounds like it will. That may well be the case, as Vinny is now forced to rotate. The wall is open, so maybe Kanga can now try and mount this attack.
Yeah, they've got a bit of time here. It's around a minute. It's not a whole lot. I mean, Milo's still playing pretty comfortably there in connector. So if they want to get some kind of counter push on, they have to think about flushing him out. He can play very comfortably around that doorway. So if this is the only foothold they've got, breach, it's just going to create a funnel. They don't even have garage. So given the time, I think this is going to be still a struggle for Kanga to try and get plant down.
Luna trying to potentially get a kill there in towards the lounge. Misses her shot though, and as you mentioned, she will be able to just sit in that position, waste time, and gain really nice control. Campo missing some shots there, not able to collect his second kill in this round and his Pro League career so far. You might have to wait a little bit longer for that. 30 seconds now left on the board as Luna's getting lit up from multiple angles. I think she may have seen that player below her, but elects to play quite passively. All three members now of Kanga inside a garage trying to hunt her down. The flash is coming out, but the ADSs are protecting her for now. She is finally white though, and surely they can push this. Luna just scrouching around, trying to see if she can protect herself, but there we go. She still gets the kill. The protection was there from her teammates. She is finally taken out though. Wayne Man left in a 1-on-5, and Raven. This is going to be a flawless win for Team Sinister here on Clubhouse. 7 rounds straight. What a fantastic performance for them, and they are looking absolutely activated at the moment.
That was fantastic, and I memean, like, if anything is the bookend to the teamwork we saw from Sinister on that map, it was the protection of Luna in that final 20 seconds. She was on like 5-10 HP on Catwalk, flashed. We saw her vibing as she was getting flashed. She knew she was done for. But she was covered perfectly. None of them got near her. In fact, I'm pretty sure she still survived. Maybe she died in the end, but regardless, just fantastic display from Sinister. Kanga just never really got that close to them.
Yeah, and I just saw Spruce there in chat probably summarize this map in the best way possible. That was brief, because that's what it was. That was a very short match. Sinister just absolutely wiping the floor. There's not much more that can really be said. And look, I'm definitely feeling like Sinister could collect 6 points tonight after that.
It's feeling like it. I'm very curious about the second map. We were critical a lot about the fact that Kanga took them to Clubhouse in the first place. Historically, a good map for Sinister, if not this season, because of course, they didn't really net any points in the first half of the season. They had 1 point until the half break. But previous seasons, the core of Sinister have always been quite comfortable on Clubhouse. So it's continued to be a strength for them. They won it really well last week. So I'm not sure what Kanga were doing. It clearly wasn't working out, whatever it was.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Kanga right now, what are you doing over this break? Because obviously that's going to take a pretty big mental toll on how you're approaching this next map. What can these players try and do to reset and try and treat it like it's just another new map and the first one didn't happen?
Yeah, I think it's just important to grasp onto what are good learning experiences, because there's some things, especially when you're really struggling as a new roster, there's some things that you can kind of just write off due to your inconsistencies and massive struggles. But there's certain things that you'll know. So maybe on your attack, you're like, okay, we hardly droned anything. So no wonder we lost our attacks. Let's just learn from that and let's get better at droning. So you try and nut it down to what the root of the issues are, and then you just have to be able to shake the rest off.
Well, Sinister with a dominant performance there in map number 1, winning 7-0. But come back very shortly to see matchup number 2.
Seconds. 10 seconds to go. Bomb located by attackers. On the diffuser. 10 seconds remaining.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together and stay off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, get back your back now, keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They're waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, getting it up now. Go wake the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle.
I was born like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
G'day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Pro League here in ANZ. I'm Guz, joining me is Raven, and we are coming off the back of one of, if not the most dominant performance so far this season.
Well, definitely in terms of scoreline, it's the first 7-0 that we've had in ANZ for Season 11. And look, it really looked like it was going to be that for a lot of the match. Sinister just controlled it. Absolutely dominant from them. Kanga just had no answers.
Yeah, and I think Kanga's roster changes and the sort of uncertainty around the team really starting to show here. Whereas Sinister, on the other hand, they're starting to gel together. Things are starting to look good, and it's a stark contrast to what we saw in the first season. As we sort of spoke during that first map, it's looking like a completely different team, isn't it?
It really is. And Kanga just had no control of the match. They had no adaptation to what Sinister did. And even when they had rounds that looked like it was going well for them, just some solid minds and teamwork from Sinister meant they were still able to close out those rounds. So it's definitely going to be tough for Kanga in map 2.
Well, map number 1 was Clubhouse. Let's bring up the video and see where we will be heading for the second map. Fingers crossed for a theme park. We really want one. We haven't had one in ANZ. Kanga are going to spoil the party once again, and we're going to end up on Villa.
We are going to end up on Villa, and this is, again, a map that Sinister are quite good at. I'm pretty sure this is exactly what they played last week. I'm just going to quickly have a peek at Liquipedia here, because Liquipedia GOAT. And it is. They played Clubhouse Villa against Pittsburgh Knights last week. In that order, they won 7-3, 7-4. So, again, I guess Kanga have a bit to go on with Sinister's Villa, but they did pretty well on it last week, so I'm going to be interested to see how they can pull up this week.
I just want to say one thing. It's funny that Kanga, their first Fido, was Clubhouse. That is big brain right there. Probably a really smart decision not to go back there.
Yeah.
But look, memes aside, Fury in really recent form, so the last 2 matches that I've got here, they haven't played Villa, so maybe a little bit less for Sinister to go off, but I think that unpredictability that is surrounding Kanga, it wasn't helpful like we suggested it could have been. Sinister just looked straight past that and just dominated.
Yeah, I think ultimately, like, it netted Kanga some kills. So Spruce's, C4s, some of them out of strange places, like that one out of storage window that actually almost got a double. That's the kind of stuff that's a bit unpredictable that could open a round up. But either way, Sinister actually held tight. They brought those rounds back, and I think that's just going to be the same on Villa. So Kanga have to constantly try and readapt to Sinister and bring new stuff, because otherwise I think Sinister are going to run over the top of them.
Well, the majority of you guys at home got the first vote correct in our community poll. Let's have a look at the second and see if Sinister has gained more fans after that dominant performance, and it will be the case. Pretty one-sided. Not really much to discuss here. I don't think it's what we would have expected.
Yeah, it really is. It's hard to argue that after a 7-0 and the form that both teams have exhibited in the past 2 weeks. So Kanga obviously had to struggle last week, some poor matches. Sinister had some good matches against Pittsburgh Knights, who actually placed higher on the ladder at the moment, or higher on the standings. So I think that seems to be applying pretty well again to tonight. Kanga have got some massive struggles. Don't think it's going to be at all possible for them to beat them on Villa, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that result against Pittsburgh last week was really unexpected. We probably anticipated for Sinister to struggle a little bit, but again, they're looking like a brand new team. They're bringing a fresh brand of Siege, I think, to the whole roster. I think these role changes and their change in mindset and confidence is really starting to shine. And let's see if they can carry it into this second map. It will be Villa Kanga Esports taking on Sinister. Kanga trying to reclaim some rounds after a pretty abysmal first map. Can they do it? Let's find out. Sinister will be on the attack first once again. Didn't seem to pose any problems last map though, did it, Raven?
No, completely unfazed by that. And it was a difficult attack phase, or it should have been a difficult attack phase given the bans. So we'll see what operator bans come out on Villa. I would expect pretty similar. Probably Thatcher again. There we go.
Ooh.
Thatcher off the board.
Well played.
And look, that's going to create some kind of difficulty on Villa. But what we've seen happen a lot lately is when there's difficulties with opening walls, which they can be for sure on Villa, because even without Thatcher, impact tricks are pretty prevalent. So teams seem to be adapting from that, and they're not necessarily opening walls as much. They're figuring out different attacks that seem to be much more successful, and they're much more teamwork based. So if that can happen from Sinister, given what we saw in Clubhouse, probably going to be good for them as well.
And there's definitely been a few matchups here in ANZ in Season 11 that have been attacker-sided on this map. So it's definitely important to keep an eye on Sinister because, again, not only are they carrying on that form, from the first map, but the meta on Villa is shifting on some occasions towards the attackers. And as you mentioned, even if the walls aren't open, expect to see a lot of fast aggression, a lot of refragging, and that's just going to keep playing into the hands of Sinister, who were already doing that on the last map.
Absolutely, and pretty much almost a mirror of the Clubhouse band, but Mirror is the other band that's different.
I see what you did there.
Echo
You
was
echoed
banned
it.
out.
Oh,
Nice.
This is just layering on top of. Oh, amazing. Well played. Well played.
Thanks, bro.
I'd give
try.
you a hug if I could, but I wouldn't because social distancing. But I'd give you a pat on the back, maybe.
You'd have to catch a 1 hour flight, and you know, it could be a bit tricky.
Potentially,
Either way,
I'll get stuck in Tasmania, unfortunately.
Yes,
with
you would definitely be stuck here.
Sorry, I completely detracted from your point. If you would like to continue on with that, there's probably some smart analysis.
Oh, I was maybe just going to point out that Mirai can cause some difficulties on Aviator games, but Kanga are actually going to go to Kitchen and Dining first, which is becoming an increasingly popular bomb site on Villa.
Definitely a lot of people in the scene are quite confident in going to Dining and Kitchen and rate it quite highly. Not a site that you often see in pugs, because it does take quite a bit of coordination and quite a bit of map control to be held by those defenders, as collapsing onto the site once that control is forfeited isn't too difficult. There's a lot of vertical presence that can be generated from above. But either way though, Kanga try to bring some confidence, try and bring some positivity going to that offsite. And who knows, maybe they can get the ball rolling.
5 seconds
Yeah,
left.
the all important thing for Kanga here is having a strong start, because they're going to need some confidence back. That 7 on Clubhouse isn't going to feel good no matter what situation your team is in. So they're going to have to bring that, get away from that. It's hard to get away from that. That mentality is a bit of a trap, and a strong first round win here from Kanga will mean that they can build towards that.
Does look like Sinister are going to opt for that vertical control, try and gain it as quickly as possible. They are met with that reinforced wall though in towards stat, so they'll need to be mindful of that. C4s below will also be quite prevalent. We saw Spruce in particular on the last map be quite proficient with those C4s, and I guess the motto for him is, if I can't shoot, I can at least get them with the C4.
Very true, and it was working out for him at least on the last map. So if he can hit more on this map, sure, he's setting himself up, setting his team up for a good start. Fisho not having a great start there, taking some shots in from the Astro. He's expecting one from the red stairs. It's Campo taken down by Fisho. Well played by him. Wayneman's also been downed in a different engagement. That's the one in Astro that was initially hitting Fisho. So this is, again, a really good roam clear and a great start from Sinister.
I think efficient is probably the best way to describe Sinister's playstyle at the moment. We saw it on their attacks on Clubhouse, where they were just clearing these roamers and any sort of offsite control so quickly. And now, Raven, they have over half the round to even displace more members on site, go for that execute, and leave themselves with plenty of room for error.
Definitely going to be massive danger zone for Kanga, because it's a lot of control for Sinister, and it's a lot of time for them to be able to work that. Nico on the sledge this time, so not the buck, but either way, he's going to have nades in his hand and some floor destructibility there. Kanga under a lot of pressure. They had some good denial. I mean, like C4s available. Spruce did waste tears, I believe. Found one, but Vinny's actually pushing straight through to site. So Sinister taking map control. This is looking pretty good.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Spruce and Boats need to try and clutch it up. Spruce does get the ball rolling with his double. Can he get another? Do they know that Vinny's on site though? That is really the question. Fisho's been downed as well. Boats will finish that one off. So now it's Luna and Vinny. But Vinny is absolutely popping off. Not much HP. Nets himself the kill. And they know that this player is inside of Laundry. If Vinny can just play a little bit passive here, let Luna get in towards the site, Spruce will be forced to do something crazy. He goes for the run around. The Claymore, I believe, may have gone off. But either way, he survives it. Of course it wouldn't have. Yeah, okay, that was weird. Either way, though, he's now making his way in towards Sheets. Trying to pop some shots as that diffuser has gone down. And once again, Raven, the post plant from Sinister looking super strong. Drone's in position as well. And it's essentially round over from here with his HP.
Yeah, and they've gone and got vertical play as well. So even if this person playing closer to the diffuser is to not survive, they've got the vertical position. And I like it. They're playing very patient. It's Vinny that's up there. He's the one that's on low HP. So Luna can take a pretty comfortable heads-up gunfight. That breach above is going to pretty much secure it. Some shots coming out, but he's almost out of time and not going to get it. Sinister, a strong first round from them. Well played.
Definitely think Vinny's been sweating the Kovacs out recently because he's been winning a lot of those 50-50 gunfights so far across both maps and setting his team up really nicely. I mean, the whole team really is fragging out. You've had Fisho getting multiple kills last map. The whole team is just playing super well. Nico as well. And then even Luna and Milo, who are trailing behind kills-wise, that doesn't matter. They're providing so much more in terms of utility and obviously probably playing a bit more of a leadership role in the team. So, look, it's a really well-rounded performance, and it's a Sinister that we just haven't seen before, or at least not in the first half.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just thinking about that Claymore. The only thing I can think of that might have happened there is that he had enough momentum to get over the window, and maybe just the ledge of the window blocked the explosion because it was like the opposite way you'd expect to go.
Maybe.
It's like the only thing I can think of.
It really threw me off because I heard a Claymore go off, and I'm like, wait, Spruce is still alive? So yeah, maybe it's got to do with the slight adjustments to the explosions, how they work in the game. I'm not too sure. But either way, Spruce is just the explosive god at the moment, really. He's popping off with C4s, he's dodging Claymores. This is an all-around gamer at the moment.
Yeah, but he's just not exploding on the scoreboard or getting any rounds for his team. So he's going to have to try and help his team to get that as they rotate bomb site to stat trophy. I like that they're changing it up. One thing they did on Clubhouse is they kept repeating bomb sites, and they kept obviously losing those bomb sites. I like that they're trying to keep it fresh this time and just rotate through.
Castle coming out there from Kanga. We did see him utilize quite a bit in the first map. Important to keep in mind that he now has a super shorty as a secondary, opening up a lot of opportunities to create rotate holes, create vertical holes, and everything in between. Sinister, meanwhile, gaining really quick control here of the veranda, looking to push in towards Study. Fisher guy likely to lead that attack, and with the form that he brought in map number 1, having him on entry is probably a very wise decision.
Absolutely. I think it's a great choice from them. And Nico, again, on this vertical play that he can use with the sledge, having the comfort of that L8 shock primary weapon as well. So playing to strengths is Sinister. And again, this efficiency and time management. Fisher has pushed all the way down Classical Hall, putting some pressure on towards Stat. He takes some shots, though. Not really sure where he got them from. Maybe under the castle there in Trophy. The way that really stunted his progression. It looked like it might have been a dangerous push on the site from Fisher.
Looks like Kanga are well and truly aware of this push from the south and dedicating quite a lot of manpower and intel gathering towards that side of the map. So potentially we could see a rotate from Sinister over towards Astro or even potentially Bedroom. Looks like Milo and Nico may be heading that as they head over towards the eastern side of the map. And there we can see them rappelling up, trying to change and shape up this attack to throw off Kanga, who are definitely got their mindset on this southern push so far.
Bo's trying to play that aggressive position in the... Oh, there's the C4 again, guys. We talked about it. C4's working really well for Kanga. Spruce follows it up with another one. So this is a man advantage that Kanga have got themselves. We saw this happen on Clubhouse, though, and they weren't able to maintain it. If they can maintain it here, they might finally get their first round.
Milo trying to get aggressive with the bearing. Meanwhile, Luna's over towards the bathroom balcony, trying to push out any players that could be playing over to her left. Uses the last of her utility, so no more lifelines left in the bank. She needs to go for gunfights. Likes to punch the window to try and scare this player out of the closet, but I don't think it's quite worked yet. Milo, meanwhile, has actually snuck his way in towards the A bomb site. That bulletproof camera hasn't lit up, so they may not know this plant is going down. If they manage to stick this could be absolutely massive, and they could well get the round, but Milo just falls off as the members of Kanga sweep in and clean him out. Now it's left up to Luno and Nico in towards Bedroom. As it now turns to 1v4, Luna left to try and clutch it up. It's not looking likely at this stage. She makes her way in towards Astro. The players from Kanga, they're sitting and waiting, but she hits a flick. It's definitely winnable now. Luna could potentially get 1 or 2 more. She only has 7 bullets in her mag, though. She needs to be super efficient, and she can't even get the first. Unfortunate for her. Kanga took them a little bit, but they finally got their first round tonight.
Yeah, and it was a great shot from Luna on that flick, and I have to say, Leb must have had some intel there, a great pre-fire from him. So nice job from Kanga, securing their first round for the night, stopping the 8-round succession that we saw from Sinister. And hopefully that gives them some confidence now to keep moving forward. And they're going to try Dining Kitchen again, actually.
We did see them attempt Dining and Kitchen in the very first round, and it didn't quite pay off. Spruce unable to clutch that one up. Sinister on that last round, just not quite having the force or the manpower, I think, in the end to win that round. Those C4s just cutting them up early, and Spruce as well with one of the first kills for his team. Just opening up nicely, and Kanga were able to convert a man advantage, which is nice to see.
It's amazing how something as simple as shooting Fisher's feet under that castle barricade just really changed what could have happened in that round. I feel like if he was able to get past there unscathed, he looked like he had that confidence to peek into statue or do something quite aggressive early. I think that could have changed everything. So one small thing from Kanga really gave them that step up, whether they realize it or not. So let's see if they can build on it. I like that they're repeating this bomb site because, to be honest, it was kind of close. It came down to that, well, it was 2v2, I'm pretty sure.
Which round was this? The first round?
The first round, yeah.
I believe it was.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Sinister will now progress in towards the map. Again, looking like they're going to take above control from the east. Once again, headed by the entry of Fisher Guy, who is currently negative, unfortunately going 1 and 2, but plenty of rounds to go for him. If I'm correct, he was one of the players cleared out by the C4 early last round. So, unfortunate way to start a round when you get killed by something that can be incredibly hard to counter.
Yeah, well, he wouldn't have seen it coming in through the floor. Spruce on that pulse again. So this worked out pretty well for Kanga initially, and the last time they attempted this. Getting some good intel, which means that they're going to know very much that Sinister are pushing on the master bedroom across, which puts them, of course, in danger to these C4s again. Going to come down to a player like Vinny to see if he can shut it down, or even Nico. He does actually get led through the floor before that C4 comes off. It's another C4 missed, in fact. So this is working out well for Sinister now. And Kanga, their main plan, their main crux that's winning them rounds, or winning them some, gunfights, man advantage, has now started to fall apart.
There is still one C4 at least left down below. That's Wayne Man inside of Sheets. Spruce assisting with some intel on the heartbeat sensor, but they can't quite find any players above, and it doesn't look like they are going to. C4 comes out, I believe, by the sound of it, and it doesn't net a kill. Nico trying to flush those players out, and Wayne Man finding himself under quite a bit of pressure below. He's right below the holes that the hammer has generated, but Nico's unable to find that kill. Sinister having a few troubles trying to displace these players, but keep an eye on Vinny. He's already made his way in towards the site, potentially over towards Sheets, and this could be massive. We saw him hit a big injury in the previous round, and he gets another, so it's now a 5-on-3 site control for Sinister, and they should be able to try and go for the plan. And the team.
I was about to allude to the double man flank from Boats and Spruce, but the team kill really shut that down. Campo up there by himself, but Sinister closed it out. Strong round from them in the end, and that was quite the fail from Kanga, especially considering that double roam turning into the team kill.
Yeah, there was definitely potential for them to bring that one back. But Kanga doing Sinister's job for them on the flank watch, unfortunately, and they will be able to get that lead back. Looks like AVG will be coming into play. What can we expect over towards this side, Raven?
Yeah, well, it's their first time holding it, so could be some interesting strats coming out. They've got the Wamaya there currently, but potentially 6th picked. It's not locked in at the moment. See whether they decide to stick it or not. They are, so that's going to be the Jaeger Wamaya combo. It's going to help them a lot with projectiles, so at least that's going to protect them from the likes of Nico and his frag grenades, which have, again, been hitting the mark pretty frequently tonight. So that's one positive there. And they've got the Goyo. I'm hoping they're going to play those shields in aggressive positions, because what they need is that time delay. Something that Sinister have been so good at is their roam clear and efficiency early round.
I wonder if Wamai and Jaeger are going to be like the new Mutant Mozzie combo. Because as a pair, they can be really strong, and we haven't seen a lot of teams really experiment too much doubling them up so far. We have seen it a little bit from Sinister comes to mind, but I'm expecting that meta to expand a little bit. Talking about expanding a bit, that's an interesting setup from Kanga in the classical hallway, isn't it? I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yeah, sometimes there is a rotate out there. I've seen a couple of teams do that. It's not very common. And also that shield, I don't think it usually is faced towards... okay.
Now that's how you're opening kill, ladies and gentlemen. Straight through the barricade, I think. Yeah, and this is Campo's first Pro League match, keep in mind, guys. His second map. Currently 0-4. Bit of a rough start, but hey, everyone starts somewhere.
Yeah, and look, it's a bit of a hazing thing, right? Like, welcome to Pro League. It's not going to be easy. He's having a rough one. But back to this shield strat. I think I've seen it played more around like the top of Brown stairs or the top of the main stairs there and assisting you to push onto trophy, but studied, sorry. But I'm not surprised that you could play it down the whole way as well. But Sinister are actually going ham here, guys, as we're talking. Not even a minute played, and it's down to 2 Kanga members.
Located by attackers.
2 minutes left on the board and 2 members of Kanga to try and hold that out. It's not looking good as Boats is now the last remaining member on site, as I believe Lev headed downstairs. The nade comes out, and that's almost enough to take him out. While my losing out to a grenade would not have been a good look. There's a bit of protection with that Goyo shield over towards Study, but he doesn't know what's going on. I don't think Kanga know what's going on in this round. It's just absolutely fallen apart. Lev's been shut down as well. There's no way that he was meant to win that gunfight. And now Boats, he's left with about 10 HP in towards the site. Absolutely nothing he can do. And there we go. Sinister will get a flawless round, Raven, and that was intense, to say the least. We had, what, 2 minutes left, and there were 2 members of Kanga left. That is pretty efficient. I don't think you can attack much faster than that in Pro League.
That was a great attack from Sinister, and Kanga were just not ready at all, and just stuff that shouldn't be happening there. That gunfight downstairs, I think it was Vinny that ended up winning it, just shouldn't have happened. It's just the confidence that Sinister have to flick and hit their shots at the moment is absolute danger for Kanga. And this is starting to spiral a little bit towards what we saw in Clubhouse.
It's starting to feel like it's slipping away a little bit here for Kanga. Again, keep in mind, Sinister are in the attack. I'd be interested to know if Sinister have quite a bit of confidence heading into this second map after starting attack and finishing off the map really quickly in the first instance, because often we see between these series, if teams switch sides, that can mess around with their momentum a little bit. But because Sinister only had to defend that one round and it was clean, it probably didn't mess with their attacking momentum too much, I don't think.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. And just in general, the Clubhouse attacks shouldn't have been easy, and they won those quite strongly. I think that just gives you general confidence for attacking, and they can 100% bring that into this map. And so far, I think what we've seen really corroborates that. They've played quite aggressively and confidently. They've had some good teamwork, and yeah, Kanga are just again struggling to deal with that.
Attackers are moving out to locate a
I guess the
bomb.
question is this round, how quick can Sinister get in towards the map? They've not been patient so far, just shredding through anyone that stands in their way. No kills in the first few seconds of this round, so that's great news for Kanga. Unfortunately, last round Campo was completely shot through the barricade, whether or not he was running past or peeking. I'm not too sure, but that was super unlucky. And yeah, as you said, not the best way to start your Pro League campaign, but hey, it's only up from here, surely.
That's the thing. And it looks like they might have identified Lebs below. Either way, they want some vertical control. Oh, he went for the aggressive pick, just deciding not to. Might have completely lost his face if he did. Drone out there, but he's going to move around, just delay the time here for Sinister's entry. They got some great drones set up. It's a nice one in the hallway that Luna was on, just to watch his rotate, try and trap him. And they've obtained the control they want now. They're in dining. They can cut that rotate. They've got the Jackal to assist. This is great teamwork from Sinister.
Jackal often underutilized in competitive play now, especially after his nerf, but Sinister more than willing to use his Jackal scans to try and locate where these defenders are located. They haven't got a pick yet, but it feels like they have decent control, and once again looking confident to just flush out these roamers. Refrags are ready as well. We can see Luna preparing to try and flush out Leb. She knows where he is. Fisho gets the kill, and that is some great teamwork once again from Sinister.
It is, again, I mean, we can talk about maybe Kanga just isn't giving them enough of a challenge, but they're still executing stuff like that, which is great teamwork, no matter what. I think that's a really big positive for Sinister, and honestly, guys, I just wish we could repeat the first half of the season with this Sinister. I want to see them against some of those top 4 teams and just see exactly where they're at.
Either way, though, just over a minute to go, and Nico hits that shot. Everything going the way of Sinister so far, and now they have a minute to play around and try and get another win on the board, another round win rather. More aggression from the windows, but that's shut down. A nice shot from Wayne Man. Fisho guy now off the board, one of the danger men for Sinister so far, but Luna gets one back, leaving Campo And that echo of Wayman left on the board. Campo, this is the perfect opportunity for you to get a kill on this map, brother. Come on. We want to see it. I'm rooting for you.
I mean, Vin is slim pickings there on low HP. Wayman also low. So that could be a 1-for-1 trade, but it's a big ask for these Kanga players here. Campo does find one though, Guz.
Woo!
Got a kill on the board for the map, adding to his Pro League tally. Still 25 seconds to go. Kanga have a little bit of side control. The Fuse are down in the master bedroom, so maybe since they're wanting to play for frags here, not sure, but they're not giving themselves much wiggle room.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser. 15 seconds to
Just
go.
over 10 seconds left as Campo gets one as well. And Sinister, they're throwing this round away, but Luna will trade that one back. It's now a 1-on-1. No time to go for the plant. She needs to try and find this kill. Gets aggressive with the pistol, potentially knowing that a player is over towards the top of red. This could be a really close gunfight at the end of the round, but she gives up. Doesn't quite see the player to her left, and Kanga will be able to net the round.
Hey, and you called it. Campo, time to rise and shine. I think he got 2 kills in the end in that clutch from Kanga, and he was the last player alive and played it beautifully. Really kept his head, played the distance, knew that Diffuser was down in the master bedroom. So Sinister either had to make the decision, push and try plant after 0-0, or go for the frag. Either way, I like it. It sounded like he was getting pinged, so they had the intel. Nicely done from Kanga to get another round.
Definitely a clean round from Kanga, and probably the first occasion where we've seen Sinister falter late round. There's no doubt that they were at an advantageous position at that stage, but just lacking, I think, a bit of confidence, a bit of aggression to go for those refrags, potentially due to a lack of intel, because it felt like in that sort of late stage of the round, they weren't 100% sure where those players may have been located, and a couple of cheap picks resulted. But either way, though, they are still 3-2 up on a Villa attack. If they can go 4-2 up, that's pretty unlosable, you would think, judging by how they've been playing so far.
Yeah, I think bringing their form into account, for sure, it's looking pretty good for them. And if they do get this round, you're right. They're in the best possible position to win. And it's looking pretty good. Kanga have just struggled. That last round, while they did win it, it was tough. Like, they really shouldn't have won it. It was a 4 versus 2. And it's probably the first time Sinister in the second half have really thrown around, if you want to call it that. They had solid man advantage. They had a rough idea where the other two were. Just didn't win their gunfights or didn't pinch effectively.
Again, Sinister going for a very similar early game here, over towards that bedroom balcony. Trying to establish as much control as possible, and I think that's definitely been the aim of the game for them tonight. Try and really get in the face of their opponents early. Try and make Kanga feel a little bit uneasy, and wither any sort of confidence that they may have in this sort of new roster. C4 below though, this could be massive. Spruce once again feeding intel with the heartbeat sensor. Leb in perfect position to throw it in between the floorboards. If he throws it now, the timing could be perfect, but he waits a little bit too long. Nico shoots it out of the air. Classic Nico tings. And that C4 will not be effective.
A bomb has been located.
Yeah, you wouldn't put it past Nico to be able to shoot that in a short window there. So well played by him. Another Nitro coming up, but oh, shot through the floor. Nico again saves the day for Sinister. Kanga just not hitting these C4s, and that's going to put them in a real tough position.
Nico is absolutely nuts at the moment. The form from him last Playday and tonight, completely transferable. He's looking great in this second split of Pro League so far, and I still have to stand by what I've said recently, that Nico is one of, if not the most underrated player in ANZ. When he shows up, he just brings a whole wealth of confidence to the team, and his creative and inventive plays continue to separate him from other players, and doesn't make life easy for the opponents when you're not even, when I feel like Nico isn't even sure what he's doing sometimes. He just goes, stuff it, I'm going to go for this play. There's no way you can really predict that as an opponent.
Definitely makes it tough, and he is 100% a player in form in ANZ at the moment. If he can maintain this, of course, it's going to really put Sinister in a great position to continue to win matches. And if they can close this round out, they're putting a step forward into just that. We are seeing Boats on an aggressive position in red stairs, trying to get a flank down. And it's going to be really key, of course, that Sinister have their flank trains set up. Just saw Campo also on the far left of the screen, ready for a flank in main stairs. He actually just got a pick. So that means the man advantage is now even.
Indeed it is. Milo has the diffuser over towards Sheets, and it doesn't look like Sinister in the greatest position to cover that entry for Milo to get in towards that A-bomb site. Fisho does have some control above, but Boats has actually been able to sneak in here. He could be in a perfect position to drop the diffuser if Milo doesn't know he's there. Fisho's not in a position to refrag this out. Campo as well. He's flanking up the red stairs, and there we go. Oof, Boat's almost missing that shot, but he gets it eventually. As Campo, he hits that flank as well, leaving it all up to Nico and Fisho Guy. Make that just Fisho, who's now down on the floor. He'll have to hit the self-res, but that's not going to happen. And Kanga, they managed to draw out the half Raven. Definitely a solid result in the end.
They did, off the back of some solid flank plays from Campo and Boats. I mean, Boats ended up getting the kill in the Sheets room there, but at the end of the day, it was a solid round from Kanga, shutting down Sinister. They've evened it out at 3-3, so they've given themselves a shot to be back in this. But you've got to say, Sinister coming onto their defense half, they're still looking pretty strong, and I think it's going to be tough for Kanga.
Very interested to see what Sinister are going to bring to the table here on the defense. This will definitely have to be the most defensive rounds they've played tonight, only playing the one, or only needing to play the one over on Clubhouse. They're going to have to play at least 3 here to get the win, if not more, depending on how it pans out. And maybe that could make things challenging in the first couple of rounds here, Raven, because they've had so many attacking rounds where they've been in that mentality. Now they need to quickly switch, go, we're on the defense now, let's execute our plans, remember our plans, execute our plans, try and be clean, and maybe wind back that aggression a little bit, because I feel like if they try and translate the aggression they've had on the attack, if it doesn't quite pay off here on Villa, they're going to definitely pay the price for that.
I'd agree. And something I actually just saw that was pretty interesting is Luna 6-picking from Mozzie to the Goyo. I'm not 100% sure if her intention was this, but that can be a really good bait on the attack. Obviously, you're going to build your attack around a certain amount of soft breach to deal with things like shields, castle barricades, walls, etc. So by not showing the Goyo first, it doesn't give the attacking team that trigger saying, hey, have we got enough soft breach? That's at least 3 shields we have to clear. So 6-picking onto the Goyo, I like that pick, and we'll see whether that actually ends up paying dividends for Sinister.
Well, I mean, if you look at the numbers, really, Kanga have 5 opportunities to clear soft breach. They have the 2 nades on Spruce, and then they have 2 charges. Oh, did I say 5? I meant 4, that's not what I said. They have 2 charges with Campo. So even if you get all 3 Goyo shields, that leaves a lot of other utility that could still be on the board. So it's really important that Kanga are super efficient in clearing all this utility, and it's a trend that's continuing to grow in the competitive scene. Is the attackers need to be super mindful of what they're bringing to the table to clear all of this utility that makes these attacks so challenging.
Yeah, on top of that, I noticed that Vincia actually brought a shield as well, so it's at least 4 shields in play on the defense. So if the attack dedicate all their soft breach to the shields, that's it. If there's anything else that they have to deal with, whether it's wire or other gadgets, not going to happen for them. So again, really nice little bait there from Luna, maybe not triggering a 6-pick from Kanga for soft breach. Either way, a lot of time starting to burn away on this roam clear. Kanga actually have pretty much ignored it. There's 3 of them over in the southwest side, pushing towards the 90 hallway, the study side, then maybe not going to push into this anymore. Luna's found a kill, opening it for Sinister. It's looking pretty good for them in the first half of this round.
Definitely a stark contrast in attack styles so far. We saw Sinister trying to gain really early map control, get themselves a presence inside of the map, whereas Kanga, they've left themselves outside of the map, trying to push more directly towards site. So far, it hasn't quite paid dividends, but this could pay off if Spruce gets this kill here. It looks like it's a one-on-one against Molosca, who is playing quite passively. Hasn't netted himself a kill yet this round, but this would be a perfect opportunity to do so. The nade comes out. Milo would have seen that, and the bounce is not great there for Spruce. Vinny, oh my goodness, he gets 2, and Spruce should surely get taken out. He does. That's the first pick for Milo on this map, and now Leb is left in a 1-on-5. Misses his shots on the first, but it doesn't really matter, Raven. This round basically over. Not a bad pick there. A little bit of confidence for Leb for the remainder of this map, but yeah, I don't think that attacking style really paid off.
No, it didn't really pay off at all. They had a lot of difficulty on the roam clear over on Master side. That aggressive shield, again, it highlighted some lack of soft breach. Maybe they decided, we don't want to use it all here to have to deal with this shield. Let's rotate away. And it's meant that they've had to completely change their attack. So I like it from Sinister. And also, they're just able to frag in every instance, and Kanga can't keep up with that.
Leb will now try and attempt a clutch. As we said, it's basically improbable at this stage, and he gets taken out looking at the roof. Sinister, they'll win their first defensive round, giving themselves an edge in the lead. Just 4-3.
There is no way he would have looked for that.
I feel like the majority of Nico's kills are either grenades bullet holes or punch holes. That's about it. Just leave it at that, and he'll still pop off, which he's been doing tonight.
Yep.
Simple as that.
Yep. Have to agree. And Sinister, moving forward, we'll go to dining and kitchen. And again, we'll see how they go with this defense. Kanga struggling on a roam clear or getting good map control early on. I think that's their big first hurdle.
Dining and kitchen will be the second site for Sinister. It's a site that's gotten quite a bit of action actually so far in this matchup. It's been played 1, 2, 3, and this will be the fourth occasion, so definitely a lot of play. Seen a couple of different approaches so far. It's going to be interesting to see how, again, both the attack and defense approach it this round. Once again, Goyo's going to be on the board and Castle as well, so I think it's going to be a pretty similar story to last round, Raven, with a lot of utility for Kanga to clear out.
Yeah, and something that I'm really surprised is that they 6-pitched the Buck to the Zofia. So they lost 2 soft breach, 4-2 soft breach. But on top of that, they also lost verticality. So maybe they weren't expecting them to be playing dining kitchen, but they don't really have positive amounts of verticality available. No breach charges, no buck or sledge. So they have to use some of that soft breach if they want to play it vertical at all. I think that's going to make it really tough for Kanga attacking this bomb site.
It's really going to strengthen Sinister's hold above the site, which in contrast, we saw Kanga struggle with quite a bit as Sinister were able to play aggressive, clear util, and have above control for a lot of the round, and that helped in displacing those players on site. It does look like Kanga once again are going to approach from the south side of the map over towards Study. Again, in contrast to how Sinister were attacking. So we've definitely been seeing a couple of different styles here. So far, you could argue that neither has been more successful than the others because the scores are quite close. But as these rounds progressed, we're probably going to see a trend of one or the other getting that lead.
Yeah, I mean, the rounds that Kanga have won have generally been quite close. I believe there was one that was a bit more of a blowout, but it still feels like Sinister are mostly controlling the match. And given the speed of Kanga's attack at this stage, I'd say that's still the case. Mind you, they're starting to get a bit closer to this vertical push. But again, even if they get this vertical control, they can't really use it to their advantage.
More punch holes being used by Sinister to try and shut down this push. They are seemingly aware that Kanga are trying to push over towards the landing side of the map. Doesn't look like too much utility has been used by these attackers so far, as they haven't really encountered much in the way of defensive utility. Either way, though, they're going to start to get aggressive, as well as Luna, who's already made herself known, I believe. The flash comes out, but she avoids it. In a perfect position to get some frags. That Mozzie saving her life potentially, as the intel may not be there. Do they know that Luna is in this position? She's going to hold it, try and play aggressively, but that lifeline could spell her demise. The flashes come out and she once again avoids them. Can she get this pick? She will. That's the diffuser down. The refrag comes out though. So now a 4-on-4. Make that a 3-on-4 as Kanga are just following it up with kills left, right, and center, leaving it up to Milo and Vinny to try and clutch it up. That's a nice play from Milo. He gets double. Now it's a 2-on-2 Raven. Definitely winnable for either team.
Yeah, and he's been able to drop straight back to site through that laundry hatch, which means that they can now just anchor in. Vertical play not really a factor for Kanga, and they haven't really worked site otherwise. Diffuser down there in Trophy. Wayne Man's going to have to grab that before he drops off, and doesn't, which means that Boats will have to pick it up, wasting more and more time here, not giving them many options for this final execute. While Sinister just sit comfortably, hold their angles, and they're going to play their intel.
Vinny and Milo, two great players in their own right, now tasked with trying to hold off any attack coming out from Kanga, and they're basically going to be forced to go for frags. There's not a lot of time on the board. Oh, that shield protects one of the defenders, and he gets taken out. That's leaving it all up to Boats. He's going to attempt to stick the plan. He fakes it though. Can he get these kills? He doesn't quite see the player to his left, and that will be Milo shutting that one down. A big round there from the Castle player. Had a bit of a quiet series so far, but again, I don't think Milo's had to do a whole lot, and he's shining when required.
Yeah, I think there's also a really interesting thing with Milo is he's playing very contrasting roles on attack and defense. So he's often playing a hard breacher style role on the attack, playing Habana a lot. But we're seeing him on defense here playing Jaeger, Castle, and playing them in aggressive positions. So while he wasn't able to necessarily frag out a lot on attack, I think that gives him headspace to be a clear IGL or shot caller for his team. And on defense, he gets that freedom, and it's working out really well. The pair of Vincier and Milo just then to anchor was fantastic.
Do you think it's fair to say that as an IGL in a team, being alive for more of the round is beneficial?
Defenders,
Do you
protect your
think
bombs
there's
from being defeated
sort of a
by
contrast
attackers.
between an IGL who is alive and dead, and if there's maybe positives or benefits to either? Because I get the impression that when Milo's in the map, Sinister feel really in control and they look quite structured. I'm not saying that they've looked looser when Milo has died, but I feel like him being on the map has had quite a big presence in how they've played out tonight.
Yeah, I mean, there's pros and cons. Sometimes when your IGL is, like, let's say the first to die, while that's not great because you've lost a person, it can also help because it means they're the ones that cycle the intel and also play a perspective, so they can kind of more so coordinate things. But of course, also having your IGL in game
5
can help
seconds left before insertion.
also because your teammates are feeding you extra intel, which means you can both act and make clear judgments on that extra intel. So both have pros and cons, I guess. Hard to say, but I think definitely in that instance, having Milo alive towards the end really helps Sinister because he can help steady the ship, and he's playing in a role he's probably more comfortable on. Coming onto this team, he was quite known as a fragger.
Yeah, when Milo was telling me that he was shifting towards that IGL role, I'd be telling the truth if I was a little bit skeptical. I was like, is that really going to be great? Because back when Maloska was playing for Sleeper Gaming, for example, way back in the day, he was a strong fragger. He was known for being really mechanically gifted, and I was thinking that maybe that could compromise Sinister's ability to get kills when required, but I think so far it's definitely paying dividends. And despite Maloska maybe not getting as many kills as he would normally, the spread across the team has just been so consistent, and they're all playing their part, and it's really good to see compared to what was a pretty devastating first split.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, their teamwork shining through here. They've done a great roam delay so far. Kanga taking a bit of control on South, but if you compare it to how Sinister took it, for example, they were already in and had this map control within at least 30 seconds. And now we're seeing almost half the round ticked away. They're rotating around freely. Nuko's just ran downstairs completely uncontested. They've shot so many drones, so that drone economy is absolutely shredded for Kanga. They only have 2 drones that they can throw out. Oh, no, sorry. It's another 2 on Campo. So 4 drones they can throw out. But considering there's still half the round, that's not many.
I love this new overlay. This is actually my first time casting a game with the new overlay, and it's a little bit overwhelming at first, but there's so much more information. It's an absolute treat. And as you mentioned, that drone economy, not great for Kanga. And look at Sinister, they're just freely repositioning on side, and the moment that Kanga go for this execute, they're probably going to get torn to shreds.
Yeah, that being said, I definitely realized I just counted wrong with the drones. But either way, their economy on that room clear got shredded. It really delayed them. And now they have to work with these pushes onto site, the soft breach. Again, plenty that they have to deal with. Looks like it's getting aggressive, though, not working out. Vinny getting a nice pick. The Echo giving them the intel they need. Absolutely wombo comboed there as the frags go out. And it's a 5 versus 2. Looking all Sinister yet again.
Vinny almost getting another, but Boats does get him down. Gets cleaned up, though. Milo from behind, and now Wayne Man is left in a 1-on-5. Once again, it's not looking great here for Kanga. Sinister will be 6-3 up and on match point after this one. And as I mentioned, the moment they went in towards site, they just got shredded to pieces. Vinny, he's been absolutely going off, hasn't he, Raven? Such a strong player here for Sinister. He's on 11 kills at the moment, the only player in the lobby on double digits.
5 seconds.
That being said, the rest of his team playing super patient, playing their role. The time will tick down. Wayne Man padding the stats a little bit there, and the round will be Sinister's.
Yep, a strong round, playing off some great intel, and you're right, Vinny's been popping off, hitting his shots. Can be dangerous when Vinny's having a comfortable game, and on top of that, the fact that his team is also playing quite well has been a bit of a dangerous combo that, as you can quite clearly see, Kanga just have struggled so much with.
AVG is going to come up once again for Sinister. They attempted it in their first defense, and it was a success. All of Sinister's defenses so far have been a success. That's 3 straight, and if they win their 4th in a row, it will be the map. And that's 6 points in the bank once again for Sinister. And that's going to shoot him up the standings, I think, isn't it? Again, Raven, I'll get it up. I've got it on my left here. So that will put them on even points at least to Fury. So they're definitely pushing for that mid-table, if, of course, they win this map.
Yeah, and you know who their final opponent is for the year, or for the season, I should say. Not
Let me
am I
guess,
saying?
Fury.
It is Fury.
Hey,
Fury
there
do
we
have
go.
Fury do have another match to play against Pittsburgh Knights, but regardless, that Sinister do have a great shot to catapult themselves all the way up into that 5th position. And either way, they've got to be happy with that, because their first half was a total write-off, basically. And I think coming out of that into the break, they've really been looking at themselves thinking, we're going to be struggling to get out of this bottom 2 position. Now they're looking at really nipping at the heels of top 4, probably not being able to break into it just yet, but that seems to be where they're heading.
Definitely setting themselves up really nicely for long-term success. And I guess that's a bit of a good omen to a lot of other teams out there that, you know, might be having a bit of a hard time.
A bomb has been located.
But that's what it takes. It takes time in Siege, and I think a lot of teams can sometimes undervalue how important it is to just continue to persist. Because no matter how bad things look, there's always light at the end of the tunnel. And I'm tearing up. That got a very motivational really quickly.
Oh, why do you do this to yourself, guys?
Wow. Who's chopping up the onions?
So Kanga again, struggling a little bit on entry. They've taken some vertical control below, and they've got the buck to capitalize on that this time at least. So like that, and the Nomad to help them with flanks. This is good. They can flush out these positions early and maybe even get a pick. They're going to give themselves a good shot to get this round, because it's really been the first half of the rounds that have just lost it for them.
Almost a kill from below there for Kanga. I believe that may have been Campo. Narrowly missed the player behind bar. May well have been Fisher Guy. Either way though, we are still seeing 10 players left in the lobby. Just over half of the round to go, and I think this is the first time in a while that in this matchup we haven't seen an early pick, so this could make for an interesting end to the round.
Yeah, it could, but it's got to favor Sinister, right? Because low time and all the control means they can just sit comfortably, hold crossfires. It's a pretty strong site to be able to hold crossfires on. Finally, we get the opening pick. It's refragged beautifully, though. Vinny in a position to get it again. Doesn't see the player push up the stairs. Misses the flick guards. So that means that Kanga will have a man advantage as we get closer to the final minute.
One of Vinny's few faults tonight so far. Talk about faults. I don't think Spruce hit the camera there, so I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Nico's now positioned to take him down if he goes for it again, and this could be a very awkward engagement potentially for Spruce. He does have the ACOG in hand, which will favor him. The MPX, not great at distance, alongside the fact that it only has a holo. Meanwhile, the rest of Sinister are just hunkering down inside. Molosca's actually found his way over towards landing. That's a really nice position to be in as well, covering anyone coming from behind. Looks like Nico, though, will join him, leaving Luna basically on site alone, and this could pose a bit of a danger if they're able to enter. Luna gets the shots there through the wall, but it's not enough to net the kill. Spruce trying to find her on the other side of the wall, but can't quite see it. The C4 comes out, it explodes, but it doesn't net the kill, and Leb's able to go for the plant the edge up as well, causing issues for Sinister, but Milo, he manages to get Spruce. There's a play behind the bar, and he gets the kill as well. That's the double for him, and now Wayne Man and Boats are left to try and clutch it up in a post plant. But Nico gets one. There could well be another as the gunfight ensues, and there we go. That's IQ off the board, and the retake from Sinister. Absolutely beautiful there, and as Luna will defuse the bomb, that's going to be 6 points for Sinister. What a great night for them. What an amazing performance. It really is a team of 2 splits, isn't it? And it's so great to see a team persisting, getting those results. 7-3 on Villa, 7-0 on Clubhouse, and it doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, a really strong performance from them overall, only letting Kanga get 3 rounds across 2 maps. You can't doubt that Kanga had a massive effort or massive struggle against them tonight. So well played to Sinister, and again, that retake on that final round just demonstrated some fantastic teamwork from them.
Yeah, their teamwork was the best I've ever seen, I think. I didn't have the privilege of casting last week, but watching it from home, it looked pretty good. But just to be intimately watching the game and really seeing the positioning of their team and the refrags that were ensuing, it was just such a stark contrast. Again, I keep banging on about it, but it really is just a team of 2 splits. If you had have gone back to Playday number 1 or 2, whenever they played earlier in the season and watched Sinister, it was not like this at all. They were playing timid, they were playing slow, but now they are mint, is the best way to describe it.
Yeah, it's much better. And again, I highlighted that I wanted to see some consistency from them. So now they've played 2 opponents. It's looked good both times, so that's a tick in the box. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see them play fresh maps. It was just Clubhouse and Villa again, but they reasserted dominance on those maps, so that's good. What I would love to see is them contest a stronger opponent. And I mean, you could say Fury is definitely that case. Fury ahead of them on the rankings. Fury have had some great performances against great teams. So that's their final challenge for the season to close it out. I think it's looking really good for them to carry some confidence into the next season.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see them in that Fury matchup because we know that Fury are quite an aggressive team. For example, against Wildcard, they were playing super aggressive on the defense and hitting flanks. We didn't see as much of that from Kanga tonight, so I'm sure Sinister will be wary of that heading into that matchup and they might have to change a few things up. But I think if they continue on the path that they're on, they're looking really, really strong, and hopefully they can continue this form because, as we mentioned, now they're in a really nice position to push for the mid-table. After the first split, they were on 1 point. It's so easy to forget that. They got 1 point against Wildcard. It was on Clubhouse, and now they're just steaming ahead. 6 points in a row. It's looking pretty good.
Yeah, and I mean, in one hand, they might be thinking, damn, it's a shame we couldn't have played like this earlier, but at least they're here now, because I think for a long time, for Sinister, they probably didn't feel like they were going to finally get to this point where things were actually clicking and they're winning matches and securing points. So they're finally here. They can just carry confidence through to next season, and then hopefully we can see a completely different Sinister in terms of how they start the season.
All right, well, let's talk about Kango for a little bit because over the last 2 Player of the Days, they've been playing with 2 different rosters. So just on face value, that isn't likely going to be helpful when you're trying to rebuild the team. In terms of results, it's probably not going to be the best. And I mean, tonight we saw that it wasn't great. Even when they played last time, it wasn't great either. So definitely rebuild phase for them. I think that they can take stuff out from tonight. So hopefully they will do that VOD review, put that work in actually improving, because there's probably potential there. I think we're probably in a similar mindset to maybe how Sinister were approaching their first split, where they were looking a little bit rusty. So maybe if Kanga can sort of stitch it all together, they'll look okay for maybe their last match of the season, or at least for the rest of the year.
Yeah, and I mean, we've got to be careful, I guess, in a way, because their roster has changed quite a lot since the first split. And even just as early as last week, they were playing with Unit instead of Campo. So between last week and this week, they've had another kind of player change. So it's never been stable for them ever since we've come back from the break. Before the break, they had some great form. Obviously, Worthy and Pat both left to some really strong teams, so great opportunities for them. But it's left them with a massive hole they have to fill, and that can never be filled quick. It takes a lot of time, and time just has not been on their side. So I feel like they're just kind of trying to wait to the end of the season, getting through it as best they can, and then they can finally focus on really fixing things and pulling it all together.
Yeah, I want to say that I feel a bit for Boats. He had a bit of a rough first PL game there, struggling to get kills. He did get a few here or there with some highlight plays, but overall pretty rough one for him. But I guess that really sort of just shows and highlights the discrepancy between Pro League and the lower tier of league here in ANZ, or at least even probably globally as well. It's just such a massive step up. The players that you're versing against are so much more rehearsed, better aim, better communication skills. The list goes on, and it showed tonight. So hopefully he can improve, and I'm sure he will.
Yeah, poor Campo, he had a rough night, but you're right. It is like the skill gap difference, or even just like the teamwork difference between the lower tiers and the Pro League tier. It's phenomenal. And on top of that, I think a lot of players don't realize the extra pressure that you actually feel for officials. The pressure is real, and you feel that as a debutant. You think that you need to show up and you've been picked up for a particular reason. And then, of course, coming into this match, Sinister had great form. You're going to be thinking about all that stuff, and that can be hard to shake, especially in your first game.
Well, we have our first interview of the night ready and waiting. It's going to be Spruce the Moose from Kanga. Let's whip him up and say g'day.
How are we, boys?
Oh, God.
I'm
Spruce.
worse now that I saw your do-rag. What is that?
Yeah, well, it's not meant to be a do-rag. This is the sleeve, man. It's the sleeve of shame right
Oh,
now.
okay. Shouldn't
It's
it
the
be on
sleeve
your
of
arm
shame.
then?
Yeah, was that sleeve on your head during
I've already
the
got one on
match?
my
or-
arm, dude.
Oh,
Yeah, it's,
Okay.
I haven't got enough space. I've got a scarf on as well. Hold on, let me. The scarf of shame. There we go.
the scarf of shame.
Yeah, okay.
All right, well, let's get
Uh,
real, Spruce.
Lay into me.
What are
lay
your
into me.
thoughts?
Let's go.
What are your thoughts after tonight?
I
How are we
think-
feeling, mate?
Well, when I'm your most experienced player, that says a lot. I don't really. First map, it just seemed like we were lost. I definitely think the pressure got to some people. We weren't doing. It was nothing like scrims, you know. Everyone says that, but officials are a lot different to a scrim, and clearly we crumbled under the pressure of playing an official over a scrim. So.
Yeah, I want to ask a similar question to what I asked last week about the veto. Last week, there was a map that got through that shouldn't have got through. Some would argue that was probably the same with Clubhouse this week. So I kind of want to hear some insight about how the veto went for you guys and how you felt after the map veto.
We didn't feel like I'm gonna say I felt like it was an even veto, but doesn't matter if it's an even veto if you're playing like a trash can. So yeah, it wasn't to do with the maps at all. I don't think.
Okay. And I guess like this is the final week for Pro League for you guys for this season at least. How is the mindset? I mean, it's got to be tough considering the losses you guys have faced. So what is the mindset like for the rest of the matches?
Honestly, just experience under the wing will be, I think, key really here. If we can keep just working on just fixing those small mistakes, like in scrims, we're making small mistakes and that transfers over to officials and it blooms out 10 times, you know. So that's the result right there, a 7-0 in Clubhouse. So it's all about constantly improving, to be honest, and just working on our mistakes.
Now, Spruce, I have a bit of an interesting question here. Over the break, you sent me a DM. You wanted to know the stats on which players in Pro League have played the most matches. Can you confirm if you have joined Kanga just so you can up your numbers?
Look, my head's throbbing right now because of my sleeve. So I'm going to say yes. I'm a little bit delirious.
Okay. Well, fair enough. I guess
I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to you, Guz. I'm not going to lie to you, man.
Go.
I'm not going to lie to you. You're a beautiful human.
Thank
There
you.
you go. That's a lie right
You're
there.
very beautiful. You're very beautiful as well.
Okay, well, it's opposite today, so you know, I've got to put out some respect.
When are we going to see maybe a bit of a more creative sleeve on the head? Pink's a little bit boring.
If your mum stops making me custom sleeves, I'll be happy.
Okay. We might leave the interview there then, Spruce.
See you
It's
later,
been great
guys.
having you.
Pleasure
See you,
meeting you.
mate.
I still
love
prefer
you.
Manic, but you know, whatever.
That's okay. Have a good one.
Yeah, see you, buddy.
Yeah. Another Spruce interview, another
Spruce has me
interesting
blushing.
experience.
He has me blushing. It's always a fun one with him, isn't it? He brings the
Yep,
positivity.
always
He brings
pulling
the
out some
wholesomeness. They only managed to win, what was it, 3 rounds tonight? But hey, he's bringing the positivity, which is great to see.
Yeah, and I mean, like, there's not a lot of surprises there. I mean, to an extent, I was maybe a little surprised that they were comfortable with the veto, just considering the results. But fair enough, like, they were pretty severely outclassed by Sinister. And of course, like, their mindset, just get experience. It's a great point. Kanga coming into this season of Pro League, it was the first season for that team as the core. And while it has developed and changed, they're still a very inexperienced team. As Bruce said, he's the most experienced player on that team.
Boomer.
So they just need to, get that experience in the wing, like he said, and just get ready and focus for next season.
Yeah. Well, Sinister, we can start talking about them again, as we've already mentioned. They're looking really strong in this second half. What can we expect for the rest of the season? Because we have sort of alluded to the fact that they have Fury coming up next. They could be a chance to potentially even jump them. How realistic is that actually looking? For me, it's looking like maybe like a 60-40 split in favor of Fury. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. It's going to be a great test for them because they've breezed past their last 2 opponents. I mean, Pittsburgh Knights, it's fair to say that was probably a bit of a challenge. Unfortunately, Kanga just never really rose up to be a challenge. So Fury is going to be a great test for them. Again, it's kind of the progress that the Sinister roster will be looking to make. If they manage to take maps off Fury, it's night and day compared to how their season started, and it's a great benchmark for them moving forward. I think it's definitely possible. It's going to be a great matchup, honestly, to finish it off.
Yeah, and I think that's a real testament to how good any of these matchups can really be, particularly as we narrow down further and further because of how that seeding works. We often have teams that are super close, super competitive, playing it out. And I mean, maybe at the start of the season, you wouldn't have expected Sinister Kanga to be competitive, and especially after the end of the first split, you wouldn't have. But again, it shows that they're really progressing, and it makes for a really fun matchup, which should be great fun to watch, I think. Hopefully, one of them brings out Theme Park. We haven't
Yes.
really spoken much about that, but Theme Park, we still haven't seen it in ANZ, so maybe they'll bring it out then, who knows.
Yeah, I really want to see some Theme Park. I want to see some stats develop. Theme Park is just going to be fun to cast because obviously new maps are fresh. Things are changing. Yeah, bring on Theme Park, guys. Come on.
Well, we do have Fisho Guy from Sinister on the line, so maybe we can ask him if they have any plans on playing Theme Park soon. Let's say hello.
Yo.
Yo, Fisho Guy.
Hey.
How's it going, mate? Another good
Good.
result for you and the team tonight. What's the vibe like?
Yeah. Honestly, like, I mean, everyone's like ecstatic that we got another 2 wins on the board. You know, so far, especially like in past seasons of Pro League, it's I don't think we've ever gotten like 2 wins before the Knights game, and getting another 2 today was really nice.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody said to you at the end of the first half of the season, you guys will have 13 points going into your final game, would you have believed them?
Nah, I mean, we've never gotten like 6 points in a single day that much, so I mean, pretty pleased.
Yeah, and you've put together some consistent performances now. It's back to back, week to week. Was there something in particular that you guys have done to ensure from week to week that did stay consistent?
Well, in the mid-season, we focused on maintaining intense comms and clear comms from carrying them over from our scrims into officials, as well as focusing on like the team mentality, and just like focusing on the game, not getting sidetracked or, you know, causing arguments mid-game. Just focusing on the next rounds.
Well, in the map veto, we did see, I believe it was Kanga, ban out Theme Park on both occasions. Are there any plans for you guys to tackle that map for the rest of the season?
Who knows? I mean, we're not really scared of Theme Park, I don't think. So maybe you'll see it, maybe you won't.
All right. Well, we'll leave it at that. Fisho, all the best against Fury, and well done for tonight.
Thank you. See yous.
Oh, that smile.
Peace and
It was
happy.
palpable. It
Yeah.
was palpable. When he said that, he was mentioning about earning 6 points in one night. You could just see like they were so happy. And actually last week I joined like the Sinister voice call, and they were like over the moon. So it's really good to see that all that hard work over the break's really paying off.
Yeah, I mean, so they should really enjoy it, lap it up. No matter the win, just getting those points feels really good. So you've got to celebrate the wins, no matter how they're achieved or who it's against. It's really great to see that things are changing for them. And look, I'm honestly getting excited for their match against Fury, and I'm really excited for how they might progress into the next season.
Well, there you have it. That is Sinister versus Kanga, done and dusted. Sinister with a dominant performance, taking home another 6 points. But don't go anywhere. We have Fnatic versus TBD in just a moment.
Attackers bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers dropped diffuser.
We're stuck in your car on a Friday night, and we laugh away stuff we try not to talk about. Still your smile keep on heating up the climate, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing out, yeah, yeah. And by accident, you're getting closer. Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah. 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone. Whatever it is, it just feels so real. And your eyes keep on talking in the silence, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing out, yeah, yeah. And I'm hoping you are getting closer. Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah. Can you tell me something, tell me something? Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone.
G'day there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the ANZ Pro League. I'm Guz, and joining me again is Raven. That first matchup between Sinister and Kanga was definitely an interesting one. Why don't you walk us through it real quick?
Super one-sided towards Sinister, just too strong with their teamwork and just the way they're playing at the moment. And Kanga, unfortunately, with the way their roster has been quite unstable, just not really able to get anything happening. Sinister, in fact, only allowing Kanga to get 3 rounds in both maps.
Well, make sure you guys at home follow all the action on the socials that were on screen earlier at ESL Rainbow 6. On Twitter, in fact, you can participate in the community poll. You guys were both right for both matchups earlier tonight, so make sure to jump on board that. Let's turn our heads now to the second matchup, a big one, Fnatic versus TBD. This is going to be an absolute banger, I think.
It is a big one because, as we were saying at the start of the night, they are on equal points on the standings. So that means that coming out of this, not only can one of these teams propel themselves into the first place on the standings, but also this is a battle for getting the head-to-head, which is very key towards the end of the season for if you end up on equal points, who actually ends up coming out on top.
While they are fresh off the 6th Invitational 2020, they also have a big roster change as well. It is Fnatic. Let's have a look at the lineup for tonight. And there is going to be one big omission and one big addition. Raven, this is big, isn't it?
It is pretty big, yeah. They have lost Virtue, who has, for quite a while since him being picked up by Fnatic, been one of their strongest players. So without him on the roster, there's quite a gap. But that is by no means slagging on Aces. He is, in fact, a very strong player. And back on this lineup, I'm curious about how the roles are going to work, seeing as he and Virtue play quite differently. But he is in some good company because they have played fantastically at SI, as you said, recently, with each of these players all stepping up.
Yeah, those role changes are going to be absolutely massive because Virtue, of course, being quite a strong fragger. And then you have Aces, who was such a strong support back in his heyday. And when I first saw this roster change, my first impression was, how is he going to slot into not only the team, but also the meta? Because it's changed a lot since when he was in this core. It's now a lot more frag heavy, a lot more aggressive, and he's going to have to step up his game to try and match that.
Yeah, he is, but I've been seeing him play a bit around lately. I saw some clips of him hitting some nutty shots, so I think he's ready for the challenge. I am just really curious how Fnatic as a team kind of deal with the change.
Well, Fnatic have some worthy contenders tonight in TBD. The only August team in ANZ, they've been playing well so far this season. Let's have a look at the team, and look, I think they've definitely been the sleeper team of ANZ so far.
They've had a fantastic season so far, netting themselves a lot of points. And I would say some people didn't really expect it, considering they did have 2 roster changes at the start of the season, like many of the teams, in fact, coming into Season 11. But they've been showing up, and last week they had some strong performances, notably against Wildcard. No pushover team. While Wildcard had some issues, TBD stepped up, they capitalized, they got 6 points, and that's how they're here, tied with Fnatic in points.
Yeah, it is important to note that Fnatic have played less games. However, if TBD do manage to win a map or 2 tonight, or 2 maps tonight, that's going to bode really well for them for the rest of the season, give themselves a really nice boost. I guess the question is, though, Raven, do they have what it takes? Because we know that Fnatic, they're in really good form at the moment.
They are, and that's just going to come down to what kind of impact has this roster change made on Fnatic. And obviously, it's not a change that they were necessarily wanting to make. Virtue has been given a great opportunity to go to G2 in Europe. He did play earlier today, for those that saw it. But big shoes to fill. He's been a great addition to their roster for a long time, and I think he's going to be missed.
Well, let's move on to the map veto. It's a vital part of every matchup. Let's see where these teams are heading for the first match. Will we see a theme park? We've asked every vote so far, and Fnatic have taken it out. So we're going to end up over on Coastline.
Coastline is interesting because Fnatic have traditionally been quite good at it. TBD have traditionally been quite good at it. And last time these guys met on that map, it was 7-5 in favor of Fnatic. So, I mean, that was last season. Things have changed. Roster for TBD has changed. Fnatic's roster has changed. But either way, the history of these teams on this map has been close.
Yeah, and I haven't got a whole lot of super recent form on either of these teams. I do have TBD beating out Sinister on Coastline not long ago. I'm not quite sure if that was before. That would have been in the first split, wouldn't it? So
Yeah.
maybe not the fairest indication as to how strong TBD are currently on this map, but hey, things are changing all the time. Rosters included, and I definitely think it's going to be an even contest.
Yeah, for sure. And you can always argue the point TBD might have extra footage on Fnatic thanks to SI and the sheer amount of games they played because of how deep they made it into that tournament. But at the end of the day, Virtue isn't on that roster. Things might have dramatically changed. We don't know to the extent that Fnatic have changed things now. I think that's the real wild card or kicker. Probably shouldn't use wild card coming into this game. If Fnatic can adapt to having aces in and losing Virtue, I think they're going to end up coming out on top.
Yeah, and I wonder how much thought or preparation that TBD have put into that roster change, because we've known for a little bit now that Aces has been joining or is going to be joining the roster for the remainder of this season. So I wonder if TBD has tried to do some prep, but I guess what would that prep even look like? Because it's been so long since Aces has actually played in this roster, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, and you can sometimes be like really hard pressed to predict how those roles will work out. So I think if anything, what TBD would be doing is just working on reinforcing what's been working really well for them and just perfecting their own game or their own play style. And then maybe just soft counter-strating Fnatic, understanding a couple of different patterns, but not really going deep into the hard strats, because sometimes that will be your downfall.
Well, we both think that this matchup could be pretty close. Let's see what the viewers at home think. Bring up the poll and have a look.
Oh, jeez.
Look, to be honest, probably not unexpected when you see the Fnatic name up against the TBD name. But I'm going to stand by my confidence in this being a close matchup and say that this is not really indicative of what the score is going to look like.
Yeah, TBD have had some good form. They've overcome some good opponents. So there's no reason why they wouldn't be able to take it to Fnatic, like at least bring some close matches. I have no doubt how people have so much faith in Fnatic, especially after how they played at SI. I mean, let's bring it back to that. They did have a fantastic performance at SI at a massive global event. So that's got to bring back some good form, whether that's at an individual level or a team level for them.
Yeah, and it's not even, I don't think it's even the form that they've brought back from that. It's all the knowledge that they would have learned. The boot camping, the exposure to the international meta, I guess the synergy that would have been generated from a successful event. All of that should carry over now onto the online portion of Pro League. But let's get the talking done and dusted. It's time to finally see what these teams are going to bring to the table. It's Fnatic versus TBD on Coastline. Aces, he's finally back on the team. Chat, you don't have to keep asking, where is Aces? Because he is in. He's ready to go. And Fnatic, they will be attacking first.
And this is not EU Aces, for those that are asking that as well. Aces does play for Rogue. He also plays for Fnatic. So
well, he doesn't
here we go.
also. It's two different people, but yeah.
Yeah, two different people.
I think one has one extra E or one extra Z. I'm not too sure, to be honest.
Extra E.
There you go.
Oh. Buck Band coming out from TBD. A pretty standard show here on Coastline, taking away that vertical play. Commonly, a really important part of Coastline is being able to use that verticality to pressure defenses, especially on sites like that kitchen bomb site. It's a really key part to clearing it out. So Buck has become a real comfort band on this map.
Dockerby will follow that one up. Bit of an interesting ban, especially coming from Fnatic. We have seen in the past Fnatic using some extravagant combinations, such as, I believe it was Finker and Dockerby, all the way back, actually in the 6th Invitational Quals, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe believing that TBD could bring that to the table, they're just going to completely get rid of it. Valkyrie as well to follow up. So a lot of info gathering off the board so far, and we could well see even more on this final ban.
Definitely going to think that that Dockerby ban is a bit of a target ban. We saw TBD using it quite effectively last week. I believe it was Jack Daddy that was playing the Dockerby. So Fnatic just not wanting to deal with that, not giving that comfort pick to TBD, allowing them to have to adapt to how Fnatic are going to play. It is Fnatic starting on the attack though, so we won't see how that really plays out until the second half. And it means that TBD will have the comfort of defense. Some teams really prefer the comfort starting on defense, whereas other teams prefer the challenge of attacking.
Hookah Billiards will be the first site. TBD teasing out a Clash pick. We haven't seen Clash played tonight. And we're not going to see Clash played yet tonight, as he 6 picks onto potentially a Maestro. Either way, though, I'm expecting that Fnatic are going to anticipate that bait. Clash doesn't see a whole lot of play particularly I feel like on a map like this where there's a lot of vertical pressure that can be made and not really many safe places to sit. So, look, maybe not the most effective bait, but hey, mind games early, good to see.
Yeah, you're right. Especially for this bomb site, Clash would have been a bit tricky to play. Maybe around Hookah would have been the best spot to do that. Mangoes did play a bit of Clash last week to some pretty good effect on Villa, I believe it was. But either way, not sticking it out, playing the Intel game there. Fnatic not changing their lineup, and interestingly, we see Aces on Hibana. That is his old role when he was in the core 5 of that team. So maybe just going back to some old comforts here at Fnatic.
Left before insertion.
Ace is going back to his roots.
5 seconds remaining.
It is still weird seeing his name there. Just getting so used to seeing
Attackers are moving out to
the virtue
locate a
on the
bomb
board,
and
but
defuse it.
as he mentioned, he's over at G2, and they had their first play day today, or earlier today. G2 actually did lose, I believe, 7-5. So unfortunate for them. And if the CGG operator picks were correct, I believe he was playing something like a Thermite and someone else combo, like a support combo. So a little bit strange to see Virtue on that role, but I guess, as everyone keeps saying, you can't have 5 Jaeger mains on the team.
That's right. And no, I think he was playing a lot of Buck on the attack, which is also not really like a role that I've seen Virtue play a lot of. But it was working out for them. It was a close game. Could have gone either way. So good stuff from them. His old team here battling against an upcoming team in TBD. I mean, TBD have been around for a while at the top end, but really hanging around 4th kind of position, not really making a run for top 2 for quite a long time since they were a long time ago known as Dark-Sided. But finally a challenge here, and see whether Fnatic can deal with that or whether TBD will get the better of them as well.
Is Dark-Sided bring back some flashbacks for you, Roven? Being
I
the
did used to
ex-coach?
coach that team. Yeah, it feels weird thinking about that, but long time ago. In fact, Virtue was on that roster before he went to Fnatic.
Oh,
Full circle there.
it's all interconnected. ANZ, just one big family. APAC in general. Just got a bit of a family vibe to it. It's nice to see.
Good time management coming out of Fnatic attack here. Pushing through Aquarium, putting pressure straight onto Billiards, which means half the round for TBD to delay that, use the utility to deny. Looks like they've got vertical control as well. So this is already a really good start to this map for Fnatic.
Feels like this round's been going on for quite some time. Fnatic still with over a minute to try and clear out some of these players. DBD, though, they've been playing quite passive yet to drop a man, which is a nice way to start the round. Strong positions as well. Pretty default at the moment, but again, it's working. Fnatic taking their time to drone it out. Ace is one of those players doing so. Hopefully giving some calls, though. The drone doesn't get destroyed. Still there next to the billiard table. Actually, no, it got mute jam. There's actually a mute jammer right behind that billiards table. Either way, though, that's going to delay that as Fnatic try to find some picks from below. Magnet with those grenades could be absolutely massive. And there we go. That's Joker off the board, and there's 30 seconds left to go for the execute.
A great grenade there from Magnet down below. Gives them a lot of good positioning because that is the one that's hard to flush out. Mentalist follows it up with another coming into the final 30 seconds here. TBD are fighting back though, not giving it a free run there. And another one to make it a 3 versus 3. Looking good for TBD now, guys.
Oh, no way! Ace has managed just a drop shot. Getting off the diffuser. He doesn't stick the plant, but he gets the kill, giving his team a chance in this round. But the time is now going down. It's depleting quite quickly, and Lusty needs to try and cover this plant that's coming out. Ippy style goes to the wide swing, manages to drop the diffuser, and now he just needs to stay alive, but he doesn't. Fnatic manages to finesse that round. Lusty with a double kill to finish things off, and just when it looked a little bit dire, Ace is coming up massive, and then Lusty as well. This is just textbook Fnatic at the moment.
Look, the unsung hero of that round is old mate that ran out on Hookah. I didn't see that, but that is who distracted Lusty enough for Ippistyle to get the pick onto the diffuser carrier. So super well played from TBD to coordinate that, you know, good teamwork. It's got them the first round. Wait, Fnatic won that round. I'm so confused. What just happened?
Okay, well, let's
lost
do
in
a
the
quick
sauce here,
recap.
guys.
So what happened is Ippistyle did manage to swing wide and get that pick after Aces was able to stop the first player from swinging wide. But then Lusty, not only did he get one kill on the run out, but he then also got the kill on Ippistyle after he swung wide. So look, it was very complicated. I don't know how I managed to keep up with it.
I think I just got
hectic.
too excited. Lost in the sauce, you know, home cast. I don't know where I am.
It's a weird feeling. Honestly, after being in the studio for quite a while, going back to that home style cast, it's It's so different. I don't think people at home would really
Yes.
appreciate just how different it is casting
Yep.
from home. It's just so different.
It is, but we press on, and I'll stay not lost in the sauce from now on.
Wake up,
TBD
Raven.
are going to repeat. They're going to repeat this bomb site, which I think is great because they played it pretty well. And one thing I was going to say earlier is uncharacteristically like TBD, they played it quite passive. So they're pretty well known for running around quite aggressively, a lot of runouts, Ipistar in particular, getting lots of runout kills last week on Consulate against Wildcard. And that wasn't really the case in that round. They actually played very patiently, just shot some drones, delayed the time, and it worked out pretty effectively for them. So I like the call to repeat. It's just a matter of whether Fnatic read into that and just execute with a bit more precision. That might be what is the undoing for TBD.
We're going to see Aces once again on the Havana doing a lot of drone work and definitely feeling quite familiar to the OG Fnatic where, again, he did play quite a heavy support. I wonder what it must feel like to be him after being benched for quite some time, coming back, playing an official. It must feel pretty weird because despite playing the game and probably playing in recent scrims, as Bruce actually mentioned after his match tonight, the difference between scrims and officials, it's pretty much black or white. They're so different. A lot more pressure, a lot more on the line. And hopefully Aces is able to put that to the back of his mind and just play his game.
Yeah, and I mean, scrims are about working on things and practicing things, whereas official is where you make it happen. So that already creates like a big differentiation between their feelings. So a lot of the onus then for creating some kind of stability or consistency is more about like your routine, I guess, how you go into a scrim and how you go into an official. That can kind of level your mindset a bit. So it just depends. But so far, Fnatic seem a bit slower on this attack. They were already in Aquarium at this stage. They're close enough already, but just taking their time a little bit more.
Starting to get close to a minute remaining in this round, and once again, not a single pick on the board, so brace yourselves. It's probably going to be quite a crazy last part of the round as players continue to be flushed out, but once again, TBD still in pretty dominant positions like they were in the previous round, in nice positions to deny these pushes and try and deny the plant.
Great start again. Magnet with the frag grenade kill. That's exactly how the last round started off with the kill counts. Saw a good position from Tex at 90. Didn't really work out for him last time. He's just looking for that flank, holding a nice passive drone at the bottom of white stairs, just waiting and waiting for that. Tex not really having much of an impact so far. Of course, we're only 1.5 rounds in. Spotting that player down at the drink spot.
No.
Oh, no!
Aces! Oh no, he falls to his death, and that means it's now effectively a 4-on-4. Magnet could go for the res, but time's depleting, and most importantly, he had the diffuser. So now Fnatic need to reposition and go for that. Mentos looks like he will do so. Maybe go for the res in the process, but they only have 15 seconds left on the board. TBD may well know that they don't have a lot to work with here. Joker has been down. The refrag not quite coming out as the aggression is coming now from Fnatic. Magnet makes his way in towards Drinks. He gets one, almost gets the second. He does actually in the end, and the frags, they're just coming out. The aggression from Fnatic is just overwhelming in the end. So much going on. I can't keep track of what's going on. TBD, they can't keep track of what's going on, but somehow they manage to win the round.
Yeah, just the signal for that diffuser was down in Courtyard just meant Fnatic went into go mode and they just hit all their shots. And the only person that got downed or fragged out, I should say, was Magnet via Tex. That was a team kill. So it was essentially a flawless round for Fnatic there, even after the almost botched effort from Aces falling from roof to Courtyard. So rebound from them, and they're looking pretty good so far. They've had 2 rounds in a row. TBD put up a good fight in that first round, but that last one, they just got really outplayed.
I wonder if Ace's heart just dropped when he slipped off the edge of the balcony there. I didn't expect it to happen. I thought he was pretty safe where he was, and then he dropped, and I was like, yeah, you're not surviving that one.
Honestly, I feel like it's just you have to laugh at that situation, even in the official. Like, what are you gonna do?
I mean, fortunately, it didn't really cost them the round. Their aggression late round was just phenomenal. Definitely didn't look great for them, but they had like, what was it in there? About 10, 15 seconds, and they just exploded onto site. TBD were just completely overwhelmed. And look, if Fnatic can keep this up for the rest of the map, particularly on such an aggressive map like Coastline, TBD could find it hard to crawl back.
Yeah, and one thing I really like is just the patience that we saw from Tex holding 90 which is essentially holding that white stairs flank. And he's not hard holding it or anything. He's holding it with a nice passive drone that's kind of backed away from the stairs. So it's pretty unlikely the roamer will see that. And I like the adaptation because TBD will really often flank. Like something they're well known for. They'll run around, they'll do late flanks. Like I was saying before, they play quite aggressively. So he's ready for that. They've dedicated his role to watch that. And TBD haven't been able to execute anything like that yet. It is only 2 rounds. But so far, I just think that the read from Fnatic is really good.
Definitely a weird stage in all these rounds where Fnatic are just taking their time and not really showing as much early round aggression compared to the likes of Sinister earlier tonight, where they were really aiming to get quick control inside of the map. Fnatic instead just probing around a little bit, trying to find maybe an early pick. We have seen Magnet actually get 2 grenade picks in the last 2 rounds, 1 in each, as that first pick, setting up the rest of the round quite nicely. And maybe they could get another cutie, though. Tries to find the head of that player repelled to his left. Doesn't quite hit the shot, though. That's Mentalist. Just playing quite patiently. And maybe that's the sort of play style that Fnatic are going for. Just nice, slow, and steady so far.
Yeah, I'm intentionally trying to bait the jump out there by throwing that drone. Looked like he was off it already. Either way, it's a bit of a time delay because while we've been looking at this and talking about this, half the round is essentially ticked away. Vertical control is starting to be obtained by Fnatic here. They've flushed out this penthouse position, taking the time to drone it out and just be very careful. Watching that reflank again on white stairs. I like it by Fnatic, and if they can just continue to shut this down, I think TBD are going to find it a bit difficult to get into the game.
This control above now becoming more and more prominent as Magnet continues to swing that hammer and open up not only the floor but the walls around for quick rotates. Jack Daddy tries to hit the C4 from below, but it misses his target. And once again, Fnatic feels like they have so much time on their side. Still a minute to go. All 10 members alive on this server. Right about now is when Magnet will find a pick with a grenade, but we're still ready and waiting for that to happen. He could find a player, though, behind the reception desk at the front there. Maybe not aware that there is someone there. He has the angle above, but he doesn't peek it. That could have netted him the kill and given Fnatic the advantage, but it just wasn't meant to be.
No, actually, I think that player might have been on like the side
On the other side of the wall? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, so probably wouldn't have seen it anyway, but Ibisal is lurking around there. So this is going to have to be really cautious from Fnatic. Mentalist is at the lobby door, so can cut that off. The smoke under a lot of pressure there, and he's actually now fragged up by Magnet. Great positioning for Fnatic to close this round.
They're just teaming up on all of these TBD players at the moment, giving them no room to breathe. It's Cutie and Mango's now left to try and clutch it up. They know where one of those players is. It's Cutie. He's now taken off the server, and now it's Mango's left to try and deny the plant. He can't even do that, unfortunately for him. And Fnatic will take the round flawlessly. And I think they have to be commended on just how strong they are in hunting down these players. Like Ippy Style, for example, at the end there, he had no chance. He had a player coming through the main door, a player down white, and even a player of his skill. Even if he gets 1 pick, for example, which he didn't manage to do, he was going to be deleted straight away anyway.
Yeah, really good thoroughness from Fnatic, and it's like I was saying, I like that they seem to have really dedicated to watching their tail. I mean, most teams are going to watch their flank anyway, but TBD in particular are really commonly, man, they run out, they flank late. That's kind of their style, and Fnatic are carrying that perfectly. And without them getting that opening in like mid-round at least, or even an early round frag fest from Ippy Star, which happens sometimes, they're just not able to get into this. And it's essentially been 2 flawless rounds in a row, remembering that the previous round wasn't a flawless just because of a team kill.
The strength of these attacks, despite playing out pretty differently to how the Sinister v Kanga match did, it shows, I think, that defense doesn't always have to be as defender-sided as many people portray it to be. If you have the systems in place and the confidence on that attack, hunting down roamers is not impossible, and Fnatic are really showing that at the moment. Yes, Coastline, you could argue, is pretty attacker-sided. I'm not exactly sure on the stats, but I feel like it's pretty even, if not attacker-sided. But their playstyle, it's been pretty flawless so far. TBD just being absolutely choked out so far. And like Kanga earlier tonight, they just don't have an answer yet.
Yeah, and what seems to be the worrying sign is as the map is going on, or this half is even going on, Fnatic just seem to be getting a bit stronger and stronger. First round from TBD wasn't too bad. Second round was okay, but mostly Fnatic. As I said, it was pretty much flawless. And then that round really was flawless. TBD just didn't look like they had a chance in that last round. So it's really trending towards Fnatic in this first half. And TBD just probably need to do something, if not for getting around, but just for some confidence.
And I think now's the time to really highlight just how strong Fnatic are. If you missed the pre-show, these teams are neck and neck on points at the moment. Fnatic do have a couple of extra matches to go. They're a couple of matches behind TBD at the moment, but they are even on points. Fnatic are first, TBD is second. Looking at the scorecard so far, you probably wouldn't think that's the case. And I think that, again, just is really exaggerating how strong Fnatic are in their current form, even with the recent roster change.
Yeah, but again, this is TBD really hard countering, being hard countered by Fnatic here. Ipisar just on a drone that entire time. I mean, he hit some nice shots just then on to Tex, but he was getting pinched from Office. Cutie did come to assist though. So good team play from Cutie to help out there. Ipisar has been tagged quite low, but maybe this is something that we just haven't seen much in ANZ, is teams like legit hard countering TBD's playstyle. And Aces is going to try and pinch into this Office, and this could be the make or break of the round.
Very risky for Aces. A very nice flash though. Could net him a kill. Actually, it nets Magnet a kill. Ipistyles though does hit a refrag there onto Aces, but will find himself pinched in this location. Tex, he knows he's there. I'm assuming Magnet probably does as well when he got that earlier kill. And there we go. The pre-fire comes out. A fantastic shot there from Tex. We'll bring it to a 3-on-3. And Raven, once again, Fnatic are just looking so strong at this stage of the round.
Attackers have recovered their
Yeah, clearing out these roamers, ensuring that they're not going to be surprised, and giving themselves time to execute. Big ingredients to a successful attack, and that's exactly what we've seen. I do have a bit of a challenge ahead of them. I mean, there's still got these anchor operators to worry about. There's a Maestro there with that older, always a threat to be one of the last operators alive. And there's a smoke as well for Denial. So it's still a bit ahead of them, but it's looking pretty good.
40 seconds left to go in the round. Some intel gathering still on the board there for Mangoes and his team, but the explosivity is coming out from Fnatic. Mental centers and gets one. Can they get more? Yes, they do. Mentals gets a second. Jack Dad, though, gets Tex, and now they need to try and pinch out this remaining player. There we go. Mentalist going absolutely massive there in round number 4, and this late round is just looking so good at the moment. And I definitely think that this is a reflection of them going to 6 Invitational, because we see these international teams bring this aggression, and it's something that Fnatic back in the OG days really lacked. But now it's explosive, and TBD, I feel so sorry for them. They're just getting stomped on pretty much. I don't know what they need to try and do to come back from this, because it's looking pretty grim, and we could well see a 6-0 half.
Yeah, and I think the way that Fnatic closed that round out is really a product of what is happening early round, in that they're shutting down the TBD aggression, which is kind of their signature. And I think that then is making TBD think, okay, guys, we just lost early picks. This is kind of weird for us. Like, let's just chill on site now. And because they ended up playing so passively there, like, they're really stuck to those positions in that final 45 seconds. Fnatic just said, okay, they're passive, guys. Let's just go deep. And so they did. And that's really just hard countering exactly what TBD are doing with their playstyle. And TBD just aren't really adapting to that. I think that's the biggest thing here. They're not readapting to what Fnatic's doing. They've lost 4 rounds in a row now. It's starting to look pretty grim for TBD.
Yeah, and I'm actually really happy you brought up the point of them not readapting, because it's something that I was thinking of a little bit. And it makes me think of that match. I don't know if you remember it, but it was against Pittsburgh Knights when they were known as Homeless. They got stomped on border in the first split. And the main reason for that, we feel, or at least I felt, was that there was a real lack of adaptation from TBD throughout the course of that map. And here on Coastline, it's feeling pretty similar. I mean, their op picks, their setup, all feeling pretty same. And Fnatic, it's worked for them once, this aggressive playstyle. And they're able to replicate that and keep doing it again because it's been successful. When you're losing, though, continuing to do the same strategy is probably going to be a bit of a pitfall.
Yeah, and I think, again, I want to come back to Aces. People often, I mean, he plays a support role. Yeah, chuck him in like the support category. But he's a pretty good player. We've seen time and time again in clutch situations, whether it's attack or defense, he can frag out. And he's comfortable playing at the pace that the rest of this team wants to play. We can see that already. So I think it's fair to say that so far, this roster change doesn't look like it's been too much of an issue for Fnatic to grind in. And I'm kind of curious if they stick with this, whether over time, this will be pretty much where they're already at.
I guess that does raise a pretty big question for Fnatic. Are they going to continue with Aces, or is there maybe something behind the scenes that they're trying to work towards? Maybe another addition to the team? Again, we just don't know, but I'm sure if Aces can keep putting in performances like this and helping to support his team, hey, he may well find himself in the core in the long term.
Absolutely. And Fnatic again, taking their time, being nice and thorough. We're seeing TBD play pretty passively. It looks like there's 3, maybe 4 on site. They didn't quite see the final outline. And as long as Fnatic are just careful of that aggressive position or the aggressive play that TBD will try to do around now, seeing as we're getting to mid-round, can't see them not winning the round, to be honest.
It's the magnet nade phase of the round. Doesn't hit that one. Expect him to follow it up with another as he still has one in his pocket. Meanwhile, the flank watch is being set up by Lusty using those air jabs. We saw those be quite critical in a previous round win on this site. Hopefully he can follow that up here once again. And it's feeling very same, isn't it, Raven? A minute to go, waiting for this execute to come out.
Yeah, it's quite the anchor. Again, TBD just really staying on site. So it's either this, they try the early aggressive play, it got shut down, then they anchor, or it's hard anchor. And neither of them has really worked out for them. Lusty opening the scorecard onto Jack Dad was one of the players in Hookah. There's still Cutie hard left of that doorway. But they have a lot of control now of Aquarium Billiards. This could potentially be a safe plant given the positioning.
I mean, looking at TBD, they're all just stuck in the corners, and now they're forced to try and find frags that are going to be so hard. Lusty gets his second, and they're still trapped over on this side of the map. Ippy Styles actually being downed as well, so Mangoes and Joker are basically left in a 2-on-5. The smokes are delaying this plant a little bit, but it's really only delaying the inevitable. Eventually, Fnatic will be able to get in and execute this plant. Flashes come out from behind to try and distract, and there we go. Magnet will now re-attempt it. 15 seconds left on the board. The coverage is there from Fnatic. The denial, not so much for TBD. Mangoes tries to go below, but it's a little too late. He does get a kill onto Mentalist, but that diffuser is critically still down. Ippy Style, he's still down as well. Joker, though, he gets one. So it's now effectively a 2-on-3. But Fnatic, they've retreated all the way over towards Aquarium, and the call hasn't even gone out, seemingly that there's a player on the balcony. They're going to go for the res either way. Ippy Style surely doesn't survive, but he does. Lusty unable to find that pick. 20 seconds now left on the fuse. They need to try and find this player outside, and they're going to go for it. Magnet, though, he gets 2. Lusty gets the final, and Fnatic will take the 5th round. And again, a bit like a broken record, Fnatic leaving it to the last second, but hey, it's working out. The aggression's been pretty good.
Yeah, and they're just reading into TBD again perfectly. It's beautifully counted. They saw they were all anchoring. They took that thorough time early with the drones to make sure they set up the flank drones perfectly, surrounded them, and then as soon as they got that opening pick, it meant TBD tried to reposition to make something happen. But because Fnatic were already set up, they were just playing into their hand. And the post-plant positioning there also just made it near impossible for TBD's retake to be successful. Again, really well played from Fnatic. TBD just really struggling to adapt to this. We might be seeing another flawless half here, guys. And I dare say it, this could be the second 7-0 of the season.
Which is pretty funny because we haven't actually had a flawless win up until tonight where Sinister defeated Kango. So that would definitely be quite interesting. But I want to go back to that last round for a little bit because what caught my eye was when we had that overhead of roughly, would have been about 45 seconds left in the round, I think. We saw every single member of TBD crouching in a corner that I saw. To me, that doesn't really show a nice positive play style. And even the positions that they did have had no impact on the plant. The only denial that they did have was the smokes. And there's only a limited supply. QD or whoever was playing smoke that round can only use so many canisters. And once those run out, Fnatic were just able to overwhelm the site. They had Lusty, the one player away from the main attack, just completely tear them apart. And from there, it was over.
Yeah, and I mean, they had one smoke canister remaining when Plant was going down, and it just didn't come out in time, so Plant was successful. Also, Fnatic, again, just shows the quality of their team. They actually swapped who had diffuser for Plant. Some people might take that for granted. Some teams forget to do that. So really well played from them. And to sum it up, I would just say that TBD is basically just letting Fnatic happen to them, and they're not doing anything to bring it back to their terms.
They are defending Blue and Sunrise Bar the first time we've seen them attempt it. So far in this map, trying to mix it up, try and hopefully get themselves around. Quite a strong upstairs presence from them, a very similar setup to what we see when defending Hookah and Billiards. It was a little bit late there with Jack Daddy opening those rotates, but nonetheless, they have been created. And it looks like Fnatic will try and take that head on, try and clear them out, and then gain that control from above.
Yep, taking the map control, it's easy, which is always a good start. So taking Penthouse, taking Theatre. Now they're going to try and clear this horizontal roam on the top floor here, which is in Hookah and Billiards. Looks like they do definitely want that vertical control, which Magnet has been playing quite effectively on the sledge. Mozzie making a bit of a challenge there to drone it out, but either way, TBD sitting strong. Half the round has ticked away, and oh my lord, what a shot from Ippy Style. That is Lusty off the board. Maybe this is going to be a different round for TBD.
Ippy Style going 4 and 5 so far in this match. Not a bad result considering the rest of his team is struggling to get kills. This nade though from Magnet could be big. Will it net the kill? I don't think it will. I think it may have been stopped by an ADS above there, but he could get shot in the back of the head if he Styles running around like crazy, trying to find somewhere safe to sit, and Fnatic are just tearing them apart. Tex gets the kill eventually. Jack Dad with the refrag there. On to Magnet. Mangoes as well being dropped, so it's a 3-on-3. Will that kill be effective there from Tex? It will. The AR-33, a gun that we don't often see being used to full effect. Now it's a 2-on-2. Tex doesn't quite see that player through the floor. I don't think eventually sees him on a drone, I believe, and that's the triple for him. Joker now left in a 1-on-2.
Yes, and Aces and Tex both playing pretty strong for their team. They've still got quite a lot of time to figure this out and deal with it. Looks like they're going to be pushing in towards Blue Bar. Drone will spot out that final position. Means it's going to be pretty tough for Joker here. He is on the mute. He doesn't have a C4, so denial, not much of an option. He's going to have to shoot these two players in order to close the round.
The SMG 11 at that range will be tricky to control, and it looks like FNC are going to head the attack together from that side of the map. And there we go. It's a flawless half for Fnatic Raven. Not much can be said, really. Fnatic are just looking too strong.
Fnatic looking very good. Great shot from Tex there to close out that round. They are up 6-0. They have secured at minimum 1 point, but I don't see why they won't be able to continue this to a win to get 3 for the map. TBD just really struggling. They put up a good fight on the roam, but Fnatic just systematically refrag, got it down to a 2 versus 2, and the team play just closed it out.
As we head into TBD's first attack of the map, they are at quite the deficit. And as you mentioned, we could well see a flawless map. It'll be only the second in ANZ so far, the first being earlier tonight when Sinister managed to defeat Kanga 7-0 on Clubhouse. Was that a knock 6 pick that I saw there? Yes, it was. So we're going to see Mangoes bringing the knock, the nuke. I don't know. How do you like to say it? Are you a nuke or are you a knock fan? Nook. Rook, but nook. All right, we'll go with that.
Yeah, because
we'll keep it.
Danish operator and the O with the line is like an oot sound, so it's nook. But
nuke.
Yeah, a lot of people say it differently. Either way, I'm really curious how they're going to use this because Mangoes was on the Lion. And I was thinking, oh, that might be helpful seeing as they have Magnet on the roam potentially, help them with the roam clear. But actually, they've gone for maybe a surprise factor on Mangoes. He does have Diffuser as well. I don't know whether he's just going to drop that, but yeah, it's going to be interesting what they actually do with this nuke.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Definitely will be interesting. Could potentially even see a rush here from TBD as Magnet goes for one of the dirtiest runouts I've seen in Pro League for a long time, just yeeting it straight out of the blue billiards window. Doesn't net him a kill though. There were actually a couple of members that spawned there, and did he damage Jack Daddy then?
Yep, he did.
Wowee, that would not have been a great way to start the round for TBD if he died. But
yeah,
he
it would have
survives.
been quite the tilter.
Onwards and upwards.
Yeah, looks like they are going to try and take some top floor control, which is where Lusty is currently playing, and Tex as well playing around the Vase position, so can back each other up. Not as much utility at all dedicated to this as we saw TBD. Just a bit of wire, a couple of reinforcements is all they've decided they need to hold this. And the longer they delay, I think the more that will 100% work in their favor. TBD generally classed as an aggressive team, so if they aren't able to get these entries, I think they're going to really struggle in the mid to late round.
Mango still with that diffuser in hand as Ippy Style gets the entry on towards Lusty. So that's Mozzie now off the board. Magnet as well will be taken out, and TBD are on the verge of winning the very first round in this matchup. It'd be absolutely massive for them if they can get this round. Start mounting that comeback. No, that's a bit dramatic. It's probably not going to mount the comeback, but hey, if you can at least get one round to be better than nothing. Oh, that pick there from Mangoes is unsuccessful, unfortunately for him. So it is effectively a 3-on-3. Fnatic able to even things out for the meantime.
Yes, but not confirming that kill means that there will be a chance to revive. Nice little angle being held here. Tex contesting it and being pushed quite aggressively actually by Cutie. Trying to bait him away from the position, but doesn't win the gunfight ultimately. Nicely played by him. Mangoes is still down. Finally will get picked up thanks to Jacktad winning that gunfight. So 3 versus 2 coming into this final minute here.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been
Mentalist and
dropped.
Ace is still on the board for Fnatic. A scary prospect for TBD. Both players so good in these late round scenarios. 50 seconds left on the board, and Aces has been droned out. Ippy Styles potentially getting verticality above, but no, he's going to jump out the window as Jacktad may fulfill that role. Looks like Aces is being shot at from the couch's position from above, but he will survive for now. Mentalist probing over towards Courtyard, trying to position himself to deny the entry in towards the blue bar. We last saw Ippy Styles it was outside that window, so he will have to be mindful. More drones coming out here for TBD as they try and exactly locate where these defenders are relocating. We're going to see Aces use the last of his smoke grenades. Either team just not trying to give a pick away, and it's going to come down to who really can hold strong in these final seconds. Mentalist gets his double O. That's a great start to the round, or the late round rather, as he gets his triple. No 1-on-1 though. Can he clutch this one up for Fnatic? He brings the pistol out. Can he win this gunfight? Can he play time? He gets the kill just in time. Either way, that's Mangoes taken off the board. And Fnatic will win the round. Will win the map rather. 7-0. Absolutely nuts. 2 flawless games tonight, Raven. Did not expect that.
No, I expect that to be much closer, but you know what? That was actually tough and so strong from Fnatic in the end. I'm going to really call out the Nook play there. Mangoes had Diffuser for most of that round, actually, and I don't believe the Nook really had any effect at all. And even if it was the intention was to plant as Nook, actually deactivates her ability as far as I know. So I'm not really sure the strat there. Didn't work out. Fnatic cementing a strong victory on that map, and I guess we can start looking towards map 2, guys, because there wasn't a whole lot in the first one.
Yeah, I didn't even think the match had ended after that last kill. It happened that quickly. It was blink and you miss it stuff, really. A very quick 7-0. Don't know how long the game went for, but it felt like super quick. What do we even say about that? Because TBD just had nothing. That's all I can say, really. Just nothing, really.
Yeah, I want to reiterate that I feel like Fnatic hard countered TBD really well. They saw what gets TBD into matches, and that is some aggressive play, usually from runouts, Ippy style. Cutie sometimes pulls out those aggressive jump outs. A lot of them are capable of it. But what Fnatic did was they had patient, careful droning in their attack phase. They cut off their flanks really well with those drones. They had techs dedicated to holding it passively. And that just won them so many rounds. TBD weren't able to get into the game the way they normally do, and they just didn't really adapt to that.
Well, Fnatic, they've taken the very first map 7-0 against TBD. But don't go anywhere. We will be back very shortly for the second map between these two. We hope you can join us then.
Seconds remaining. Attacker's bomb diffuser patented. 5 seconds to go. Remaining. 10 seconds.
Swapping back!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to go.
We're stuck in your
G'day, ladies and gents, and welcome back to the ANZ Pro League. If you're just joining us, you just missed out on Fnatic 7-0ing TBD on Coastline. I'm Guz, Raven alongside still. That was, yeah, I'm pretty speechless. Fnatic just absolutely steamrolled them.
Yeah, really dismantled them. As I said, they really just counted what TBD are good at and what gets them in the game. And there was just no coming back from that. Fnatic just continued to do that throughout the rest of the map. And at the end, we saw a nice clutch out of Mentalist and Aces, two very clutch-ready players. So it's definitely going to be a tough night for TBD. I'm really keen to see what the second map is because I feel like Coastline just didn't play into TBD's strengths.
Well, guess what? The map video is ready and waiting. Let's have a look at where we will be heading. Once again, fingers crossed the theme park. Oh, no. Fnatic have banned it out again. God damn it. Ah, well. Villa.
Villa.
Okay. This will be interesting. Not sure on current form. TBD have played it twice in their last 4 maps outside of the earlier map tonight where they've won it both times. So one of those against Wildcard as well. So, you know, that might be all right. Not sure about Fnatic.
I mean, not a massive map for Fnatic from what I remember, but I think at the end of the day, Fnatic really just exhibited on that first map that they've come prepared on how to counter TBD. They did it perfectly on Coastline. I wouldn't put it past them how to do it on Villa. I would think that TBD would fare well from something like a Nomad ban. I think that will help them facilitate a little bit more on their defense for running around because Fnatic used that a lot on Coastline to stop the runouts, and it did really squash it.
Yeah, and I get the impression that Fnatic could almost really play any of the maps at the moment because once they find that weakness in TBD, they're really being able to exploit that. We saw that in the first map. TBD just not really mixing it up at all, really. And once Fnatic started to get 1 round, 2 round, 3 rounds, they were just repeating the same thing over and over. So were TBD. And in the end, it just steamrolled into a 7-0. TBD just having no answer, no response.
Yeah, they really need to pick it up in this next map. They have to be ready to readapt to Fnatic because they are a team, especially because of their most recent international experience in Six Invitational, they're a team that can adapt many times within a map. They have also played against teams that are good at that as well, which just sharpens those skills. And I think that's where TBD really are lagging behind against Fnatic.
Yeah, well, I guess the question is, how did TBD, as a team, has any team really actually try and approach that problem of adaptation? Is that something that you should be practicing in scrims? Is that something that maybe only really shows in officials? How do you actually go about sort of taking that more positive and more adaptive mindset into a game?
Yeah, scrims, just practicing changing up what you're doing in that, like, you might come in with a default attack, for example, and then you see, oh, what they're doing hard counters our attack. Let's rotate. Let's try a different attack. So practicing that in scrims and just having an adaptive mindset and understanding like what counters what, really important to be able to do it in an official.
Well, you guys were right in the first poll, and you're actually very right in terms of how dominant it was. Let's have a look at the community poll for the second matchup. Will Fnatic reign supreme once again? And it is the exact same numbers as last time, I think. Maybe? Or maybe TBD had 5% and it was 4% for the draw. I can't quite remember. But, I mean, in the last matchup, neither of us really expected the actual result to be this dominant. But after the first matchup, I mean, anything's possible, isn't it?
Yeah, I really thought it would be a bit closer. I mean, I think we all expected TBD to get at least 1 round. But, hey, that didn't happen. Let's see if it happens on map 2. But this is pretty fair assessment of the current situation, just considering how slaughtered TBD got in that first map.
Yeah, we touched upon this on the first match. It's hard to believe that these are actually the first and second teams in ANZ. So they're actually neck and neck on points heading into this. But Fnatic, they just look like they're in a whole nother league at the moment, don't they?
They do. They look comfortable. The roster change, bringing Aces in, losing Virtue, does not seem to have had much of an effect. So, sorry guys, looks like they're still pretty good.
Aces is here to stay, potentially. I mean, again, something else we touched on was, is Fnatic maybe going to switch up their roster in the future? Who knows? What we do know is, though, we're jumping into the map. It's Villa. Fnatic taking on TBD. TBD still searching for their very first round tonight. Can they do it here in the beautiful Villa of Villa? I didn't know what else to say. What is Villa? Is it just a villa? I didn't know what to say.
It's a villa. Yeah, we're in Italy. I think
very
in
nice.
Tuscany, I can't quite remember
Yeah,
the law,
I think it is.
but
I
something
think
like
it
that.
is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I
should
think
learn more of the law, to be honest. Sorry. Yeah. Go ahead.
it's hard to remember. I was going to say TBD. I think they need to ban Nomad or Gridlock or something to help them with flank. They're not actually though. They're going to ban Buck to deny some vertical play. That is definitely something that Fnatic were doing effectively on Coastline, and I mean Buck was banned on that. So I'm not too sure whether that is maybe the play here. Something that Fnatic have already adapted to is the loss of Buck. It means that TBD are still going to have difficulties on the room clear, unless Fnatic ban it, of course. But I wouldn't think they'd do that to themselves, and they're not. They're just going to ban the Thatcher. I think teams are pretty comfortable dealing with Thatcher bans these days. So far, that attacking phase of the bans, I think, favors Fnatic.
Fnatic will ban out Valkyrie as well. Nothing too extraordinary coming out so far in this phase on Villa. TBD will round it out with the final defensive ban. Let's see what it is, and it's going to be Mirror. So yeah, nothing too crazy coming out so far in this matchup. Fnatic, of course, are starting on the attack. Villa tending to be defender-sided, but there's been time and time again, particularly within ANZ, where it's actually been attacker-sided. So keep an eye on that. Fnatic definitely not without a chance of maybe even taking another flawless half. If they play like they did it on Coastline, I definitely wouldn't rule that out.
We're going to come down to how they control the flanks and the mid to late round play from TBD, because again, that's really how they get their openings, how they get into it. If you saw fragging out on the roam as the Jaeger, really common. I'm surprised if Fnatic don't bring like a Nomad or something better to watch flank. Maybe they are just going to dedicate text to that with the way they were doing it with the drone. Potentially that's all they want. But Villa is a big map with lots of staircases. You can move around a lot more than you can on Coastline.
TBD are sticking the clash on this occasion. It was teased over on Coastline, and I believe it was actually the very first round as well. It's interesting to see how Fnatic are going to deal with that. They do have Mentalist. Onzo for those lifeline stuns can be quite helpful in knocking that shield back. And on top of that, they do have quite a few grenades at their disposal, flashes as well to blind that clash. So definitely no short of any sort of counter utility, I guess you could say, against Mangoes, and he will have to be mindful of that. Try not to over-aggress too much and really just try and be a time burner here for Fnatic.
Yeah, and actually, Mangoes did play it a little bit last week against Wildcard on this map. They managed to win that 7-3, so yeah, that's great for TBD. But that's something that Fnatic have now had a chance to prepare for. They've watched that, seen how it's used, the way TBD play the map in general. So that's something that could really work in favor of Fnatic, given how well they were countering and adapting to TBD on Coastline.
Fnatic are getting the ball rolling here, going for a map sweep over towards Astro over on the northern side of the map. Mute Jam is actually being placed out by TBD to try and stall out any sort of intel gathering. It looks like Fnatic have the confidence to push up, and they're going to basically be uncontested until they get in towards 90 where Mangoes is playing the clash.
Interesting to see what Ippy Style or TBD do with these early contests, because that is something I was a little critical of on Coastline, where they normally would be having, you know, those early contests. Just wasn't happening or being shut down. Seeing him go down red stairs here, so maybe looking for the late flank or just to play a safe position in that hallway. Either way, Fnatic look to be ignoring it at this stage. They're clearing across from Master, looking to maybe take the 90 positions, take that hallway control.
Ping does go out and Fnatic go hunting. Default camera will be finally taken out, but the C4 from below, it gets two in fact. That's a great start there for Joker and his team. Tex does get one back. Ippy Style off the board, a big impact kill for them. It's now a 3-on-4, of course. Tex doing the classic Ash crouch walk. Big power move from him. There's no one down there though, so he will have to be mindful that he doesn't get too far away from the rest of his team, who appears to be rotating around potentially. I'm not quite sure what the play is here for Fnatic at the moment.
Joker playing comfortably behind a shield on top of main stairs as well, so taking study is going to be quite tricky. Aces is there by himself. Could be hard. If the ADS is clear though, he has a grenade, so he could clear that shield out himself. That's good. The Clash is going to aggress down 90 here, and two players are there ready to deal with it, but the best counter being Mentalist off the board. So this Clash is going to be a bit of a pain for them to deal with, and you know, they're not going to be able to easily progress down this hallway.
Tex baiting out the Ash charge there, the flash grenade to follow as well, trying to just stall out this clash, but Mango's playing it perfectly so far, and Fnatic having no answer, now forced to rotate over towards the top of red. Meanwhile, Aces gets a kill with the nades. Nades a relatively new addition to Mavericks Arsenal. Aces using them to full effect. Fnatic struggling to really clear this utility at the moment as Aces will finally begin to Maverick open the wall. Mangoes is made aware of that though and will come to contest that. 15 seconds left on the board and Fnatic really struggling to get any sort of momentum in towards the site. They're going to be forced to refrag it out. Tex is the first to enter. He has the diffuser and he's going to go for a default plant. Lusty is there to cover Aces as well, but there we go. He gets taken out. The diffuser is dropped with the C4 and Mangoes will even things out. Not even things out, clean things up at the very end of that round. Does he 360 him? 180, 360. Oh, yes.
Oof.
Mangoes. Rightio.
On the button.
Take that, Aces.
Yeah, good round from TBD in the end. The double C4, I think, is really what opened it up. Well, it did open it up for TBD, but I'd say that really saved them the round because Magnet had quite a big impact on Coastline. Even Mentalist, confident pushes from them, pretty instrumental in their attacks. So losing them mid-rounds to that C4, big impact for Fnatic. They did want to bring it back to be a 3 versus 3, but just given the site positions for Aviator Games and the utility available to TBD, it just made it too hard for Fnatic to really, you know, progress deeper.
Mango's happy with how he burnt so much time that last round and hit a nice little kill at the end. Will stick Clash once again. I love seeing Clash being played. Such a difficult operator to deal with. Sorry, go ahead. Such a difficult operator to deal with if you play it well, yeah.
I was going to say, yeah, she's difficult, and I like good Clash play because it creates this really tricky obstacle to deal with. I mean, like, you can deal with it simply if you've got all the utility available, but it's once you lose that utility. So, for example, Fnatic lost Mentalist. Zofia is the easiest counter for Clash because you can just stun her, shoot it off to the side. Usually you have somebody else to coordinate with you to clear it out, and it's not too difficult. But when you don't have that, Clash is tricky because you can't really bridge the gap between you guys. You can try to keep progressing, but you're walking into more and more danger to be peaked by somebody else. And the whole time you're getting zapped, losing HP. It's really frustrating. That's the other thing. It can really mess with your mentality.
Yeah, I feel like it can be quite challenging when you're face to face with a Clash to not get too overwhelmed and like start yelling at your teammates to clear the Clash or get too, yeah, as you mentioned, frustrated that you are being like slowed down, you're being damaged. And time is being wasted, so Fnatic likely expecting, I think, Clash to be brought out again. Will hopefully be able to bring the tools to the table to clear that player out. Tex, interestingly enough, with the diffuser in hand, entry fragging on Ash at the moment. It looks like Fnatic are once again going to go for this map clear.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
They are, and they're going to contest soon. Looks like Jack Daddy and Tex look like they were about to contest, but no, that shield being cleared out by Tex. These holes working to a big advantage for Jack Dad. It's going to make it tricky for Tex to push down around that corner without seeing Jack Dad. So I like this positioning from TBD. It is stalling out Fnatic a little bit, given that they were already taking their time on these clears in general.
And here we go, once again, Mango's face to face with Mentalist. C4's coming out left, right, and center already. Ippy style with the first pick, though. The double pick from behind the bar as well could net another kill. Not quite yet, as there are two members of Fnatic over on that side of map. 4, in fact. There's 2 additional over towards Study. Joker's still holding this angle. He is 1 shot's worth of HP. A quick pre-fire will definitely take him out, and he looks away right at the wrong second. Tex cleans that one up, and now it's a 4-on-4.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Yeah, but still playing aggressively around that position. So Fnatic are really bleeding trying to clear this. They're going to have to decide to just aggress and take it, or you're going to have to rotate away while they've still got some utility. Tex does find another into Ippy style, though. So the Tex bringing Fnatic back into this, and they are flushing out Jack Dad, taken down. So nicely played. Tex on the triple, hunting the ace. He's going to have to deal with a Clash at least. Cutie, the last one with a competent or proficient weapon on TBD, and still 50 seconds. So it's actually not too bad on time.
If Cutie can maybe get a pick or 2 here, even drop the diffuser, definitely a chance to win this round. Tex, he's on fire though in this round with 3 so far. As I mentioned, 2 more and he gets the ace. He's going to go for this first peek on towards Stat, aware that a player is to his right potentially, but he peeks away at the wrong time and he's made to pay the price. Now it's a 2-on-2. Mangoes will eventually probably have to take the shield off, otherwise he will be quite vulnerable. Oof, Cutie almost taken out there in towards Dia. He will be safe though. as he now heads towards the rotate hole. Mango's there to try and cover. They're trying to team up here, but it's just not working. The Clash is taken off the board. Cutie's pre-fire missing the mark as well. And now Lusty and Aces need to work hand in hand to try and bring this round back. But now it's a one-on-one as Aces gets dropped and Lusty needs to try and get the kill. Cutie just left staring at the wall, unfortunately, and Lusty will get that one. That's the second round going in favor of Fnatic.
Yeah, just out-juked at the end there, but TBD, that was a good-looking round for a while. That roam clear not working out for Fnatic for a long time. Tex getting the opening they needed, and if Tex just hadn't been able to pop off in that round, it really was looking all TBD. So great job from him. Individual effort brought his team back into that, and a nice clutch from Lusty. Even out the scores now, guys, 1-1. And look, TBD are going to repeat that because it went pretty well.
And they're also going to repeat Clash as well so far. Oh, okay. That's interesting, though. Tex will 6-pick onto Kali. Is this the first time we're going to see Kali in ANZ PL?
Yeah, pretty sure it
Attackers need
is.
to locate and defuse.
Quite
yeah.
confident it is, actually. I don't remember casting it last week, so... Yeah, this is going to be interesting. And to have Tex on it, I find interesting as well, because like he was the key in that last round, based on some aggressive push as an Ashe player. But now he's playing Kali, not really the kind of operator you would play super aggressive, not a frontline operator. Maybe he just feels really confident on the C7Z or whatever it's called, that little handgun that sometimes people struggle with, those iron sights. I don't know. Maybe they're just completely changing this push-up and they're not going to even bother with study.
Maybe.
10 seconds
Yeah, I'm just
left.
trying to think of, like, if Tex plays a traditional Kali, what sort of long angles is he going to be trying to play? I mean, on top of that, Kali does bring utility to the board as well. That can often be overlooked. Some sort of Thatcher alternative in sorts, and can also clear utilities such as the Goyo shields that TBD are bringing to the board. So look, definitely an interesting decision from Fnatic. Interested to see how this one plays out. This is if Tex might well be entry fragging once again, so this could be very, very interesting.
Yes, and it's going to be the telling point whether this is a great decision from Fnatic or not. Wait to see. Similar positions coming out of TBD here. Jack Daddy playing that Billiards, Joker playing Aviator. Tex moving in pretty quickly here, which I like. Putting the pressure on nice and early. Very strange with the Kali though. Playing this close quarters, he's going to have to pull out some nutty quick scoping. Otherwise, I don't know, man. This feels a bit strange.
This is giving me flashbacks to Southeast Asian Pro League a couple of seasons back where they would entry frag on Glaz. This is feeling quite similar. Oh my goodness, what a play there from Tex rather, dropping the shield down. Jack Daddy losing quite a bit of health from that. And there we go, that's just Kali showing how adaptive she can be in these scenarios. I'm interested to see what a gadget does against a Clash shield. Does that actually have any sort of impact? Oh, it knocks it back when
Knocks it away,
she shoots. I knew
yeah.
that. I'm not sure about the gadget though. I don't think it disables it.
No, I'm pretty sure it doesn't. But either way, that's worked out pretty well, right? They've just gotten 2 picks. So it's a 3 versus 3, pretty similar situation to last time. But they're giving themselves a little bit more time. So maybe the Kali was the play. It worked out to clear the shield and push Clash back a bit quicker. She definitely couldn't contest as heavy. So yeah, nice job from Fnatic. Finally seen some Kali play. Not huge effect, but it seems like it did its job.
We are now heading into the later stages of this round. Mango's on the Clash, still alive and could cause a lot of issues for Fnatic, who have droned him out. I believe Magnet there from landing has done so. So they are aware as to where Mango's is playing. Looks like a rotate could potentially come out from Fnatic. Mentalist is now maybe heading to the bottom of red. Peaks angle, afraid a player could be there. Instead, now going back up. It's an interesting play from him. As I think Fnatic are now trying to take their time, consolidate their push, and work out exactly what they want to do.
I think they're also just being cautious again of that late flank, which we've seen a lot from TBD, Ipistar in particular. He is still a player on the board that they haven't really contested yet on this round. So they're just being cautious. They're very split now. Magnet is going to be going Master Bedroom by himself, while Aces and Mentalist are on the other side to counter push. It's going to be a 1v1 gunfight pretty soon around Bathroom, I'd say, and that could be the deal breaker.
Magnet electing not to quite go for that gunfight yet, but will smack down the barricade and begin to get aggressive alongside Aces, who gets the kill onto Cutie. Keep an eye on Ipistar though, he could go for the flank, but now he needs to hit a 3k. He can't even do that. Magnet eventually shuts him down and Fnatic will take the round.
They will. Magnet seemed very aware, whether a drone call or hearing some footsteps. Nice little 180 from him to get Ipistar. A great attack from Fnatic in the end. The Kali seems like it had the effect it wanted. They had 3 players remaining for their side execute, and at that stage on, it was flawless. They had 3 players remaining at the end. So I like it. Some good adaptation from Fnatic. TBD are now back on the back foot. They're going to go to Aviator Games again.
We're now starting to get in that stage of the match where if TBD failed to adapt, Fnatic will continue to roll this momentum. And based off the operator picks, it's pretty same for TBD. Still bringing that clash in the Goyo, 2 operators that we don't see all the time. And so far, Fnatic have done a pretty good job in countering both those players. So maybe TBD is going to mix up their playstyle a little bit in terms of where they are going to play. I'm starting to get that impression that TBD are falling into some habits at the moment.
Yeah, something interesting that's a bit of an outfox here. Not on TBD's side, actually, because they've tried to 6-pick the mute to the Kaid, which is a change, because Jack did play the mute last time. But Waldenal isn't going to be very effective because that's what actually Kali's gadget counters. So that counter is already countered by that Kali pick. So I like that. Again, that's another plus side to Kali that is probably underrated. Definitely the ranked experiences I've had with Kali, 98% of the time, people don't really use the gadget.
Very true. It's been a while since I've been on the rank grind. I was playing with Dev the other night. Always an interesting experience playing with Dev the Goat Martyr. I'm not sure we won a game, but you know.
Oh no.
Dev's strats just not working. Just not good enough. Back to the drawing board for him. Yeah. Poor Dev. I hope he's not watching. He's probably going to be a bit upset that I said that, but well. He's resilient.
Speaking of resilient, Fnatic pretty resilient in their adaptation. Ipistar, though, is roaming around quite freely here in Kitchen. And again, I think this is really going to be the key here. If Fnatic can stay on top of his positioning and the way he plays, that's a big step towards them winning the map or winning the rounds.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Ipistar playing on the Astro stairs currently. A player that is known for going for big, extravagant flanks. Hasn't been massively effective so far in this map. Going 2 and 3. Pretty solid, I guess, but again, not quite hitting those big flanks that we've become accustomed to. Meanwhile, Fnatic are gaining control of the map, and Magnet gets the entry onto Ipistar. So a nice foreshadow there, and not exactly the start that TBD would have wanted.
All right, and again, it is just Fnatic reading into what TBD's strength is. It's that loose roam style play that gets those openings and catches a lot of teams off guard, but it's not going to work for them. And one thing that worked really well, of course, for TBD last time, and the only round they won, was that big C4 from below. But now that Ipistar has been fragged out and Magnet has taken that position, that's not really possible. So 90 control, now achieved by them. It's a big step forward to last time.
Magnet crouch walking below as well. I don't think he'll meet any defenders, but could potentially go for a nade. Joker's probably the closest player to him at the moment on the stairs, as Aces throws his own nade in towards Study. Fnatic just taking their time to clear this utility, knowing it will be critical in the late round. Tex as well with the diffuser in hand. He has 90 control currently. Nice long angle for him to hold, and here we go. Magnet has 2 nades in hand. He's going to try and clear out this player on the stairs. Plays it perfectly. Joker's forced to run away. His back turned to Magnet, and he shuts him down. Mangoes will get one, though, onto Aces. So there's no hard breach now on the board for Fnatic.
A nice little bait there from Magnet on the stairs, just using the gun switch sound to bait the turnaround from Mangoes. I really like that. Whether that was intentional or not, it was cool. And now Fnatic are going for a gnarly execute here with 20 seconds to go. Not looking good for TBD on this round.
Cutie effectively the last member left in a 1-on-4. The plant is going down. He actually goes for the revive through all that chaos and gets him up. So it is a 3-on-2. Cutie actually getting a kill there with the Goyo shield. That's actually the planted down by the looks of things. And Cutie gets one more. The C4, this could be absolutely massive. If he hits this, they won't have time to reattempt the plant. And he does by the looks of things, or at least Cutie was able to drop him. And there we go. TBD protect the bombs in the dying seconds. And that Goyo shield coming up massively for TBD.
Out of absolutely nowhere, man. Fnatic had total control of that round. Just a great clutch from Cutie really at the end there, because Jack Dad was down for most of it. Well played from them to make it 2-2. Not going to say a lucky round because it was well executed by TBD in the end, or Cutie at least at the end there. But look, Fnatic had so much control in that round, it really just did not look at all possible for TBD to bring that back.
Definitely doesn't feel like it, but the scoreboard definitely says it. It's 2 apiece. Currently even. Does feel like Fnatic still do have the edge slightly, but full credit to TBD there. Not going down without a fight, especially after losing the very first map. 0-7 in favor of Fnatic. Quick peek at the scoreboard. We'll show Cutie on top after a massive last round. Nothing too out of the ordinary there, I don't think. If you sold 2 and 4 though, Raven, probably not exactly what TBD would have wanted.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing that we're having to see TBD deal with, is especially against Wildcard last week. He had quite the impact on the scoreboard. There was many rounds where he got a 2K on a jump out or a run out, or just an early round roam where he managed to pick up a couple of kills. And that's just not happening anymore. So they're gonna have to, they're trying to adapt to that and how that, you know, shapes their late round. So thankfully they were able to clutch that round out, but by all rights, this definitely could have been a 3-1. That round was very much all in Fnatic's favor.
Talking about Fnatic's favor, we are of course in trophy and stat. It's an objective that TBD haven't won yet this evening. Both rounds going in favor of Fnatic. We've seen this roam from TBD be shut down quite quickly in the previous round, so hopefully TBD can slow down Fnatic a little bit more here. Try and make them a little bit more uncomfortable in the later stages of the round.
Yeah, Tech's sticking this Kali as well, which is, it's cool. I like to see a team going all in on this Kali pick. It seems like it's worked out. I mean, he wasn't able to have an impact in the late round last round. I think if Tex was on Ashe, he probably would have been able to frag out because he was missing some shots onto, I'm pretty sure it was Cutie actually in Billiards. Ippistyle has found an opening pick here. Opening kill for him onto Magnet. Some aggressive pushes here though. And TBD are up against the wall here.
Lassie there trying to use the Capitao bolts to full effect, but it doesn't quite work out. And this aggression from Fnatic is completely overwhelming at the moment. Mangoes and Joker left in a 2-on-3. Not an ideal scenario. Mangoes gets his shield knocked back, but Fnatic are unable to capitalize on that first occasion. Looks like they will try and reattempt that same combo, but once again, it will fail. I think it's really a question not of if, but when Fnatic will win this round, unless Joker can come through and try and clear some of these players that are causing issues for Mangoes. It looks like he has come in for the assist now, and if Joker can play this smartly, he might be able to get the kill, but no, Tex on the sniper will just completely shut him down, and now Mangoes needs to put the shield on his back, try and hit 3 clean shots here to try and win this round. They know exactly where this player is, and he will be shut down. Fnatic will take the round, and I must say, Kali is not too bad.
Look, it's working out well for Fnatic. I like the counter use. It put the Clash at bay. Besides that first round on Aviator Games, the Clash hasn't had the massive impact. So it's hard to argue. Like, the Kali is definitely working out for Fnatic here. TBD, their last defense round now. They're going to go dining and kitchen. What changes are they going to make? Mango's so far on the Mozzie, so maybe we will see a round where Clash just isn't a factor.
This is, of course, the first round where we are heading to Dining and Kitchen. Jack Daddy so far will be the only 6-pick onto Pulse, but Lusty's going to follow that up onto IQ. Very convenient counter there for Fnatic, who should be able to see exactly where Jack Daddy is if he has that sensor up. But no, Lusty will jump onto Nomad. Oh well, Flank Watch can't go astray, and hopefully Fnatic will be aware of that Pulse quite quickly and know that he is on the board. One thing I want to mention is that I'm tracking the win condition for every round, so how a team achieves that win. And from what I've got so far, every single round has just been Fnatic killing the other team or TBD killing them. So from what I've got, there's been no plants so far. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that really just shows how aggressive these teams are playing at the moment and how frag heavy the meta is.
Yeah, and also, I mean, aggression counters aggression. Said it, I feel like 100 times on broadcast tonight. TBD, well known for being aggressive. And TBD have just really taken that fight to them, so out-aggressed them in a lot of circumstances. And yeah, I think it's a big sign, like you said, there's been no plants on this map at all. It's been all about the frags. And it's the final round for that. See whether we will get a plant or whether it will just be a frag fest yet again. And I am just keen to see the impact of Kali.
Tech's definitely one to watch in this round. He hit such a nice shot on Joker. in that last round to shut him down. I believe that he hit him twice, once to get him down to really low HP and then cleaned him up with the second. Tex almost gets an engagement there with Mangoes early in the round, but I think it was quite there. Meanwhile, Magnet has now made his way in towards Walkin, using that hammer to full effect, gets an angle in towards Astro, but what?
Oh,
Ippy Styles just absolutely deletes him off the face of the planet. What a kill from him. He rotates back down and having a big impact at the start of this round, isn't he?
he found the single pixel of Magnet that was peeking out there, I think.
Maybe he shot his ear,
Absolute
like his earlobe.
Unbelievable. Oh, well, Magnet obviously happy with that. He was trying to be a little bit careful with his sledging, but maybe he should have waited a little bit more for the drones just to see if he was in much danger. There's two Fnatic players aggressive here in Pantry, which is now known to the defense. Is Cutie playing hard against that doorway with the shotgun, which will make it a little bit tricky to push past.
It's a 3-on-5. Gunfights ensuing in the basement. A part of the map we don't often see in Villa. Refrag comes out there from Mangoes just a little bit too slowly as Tex gets another kill with that sniper in this half. Absolutely loving it. Feels like a bit of a reset at the moment. Tex and Lusty now left in a 2-on-3 scenario. The diffuser, as mentioned, is in basement, so they will be forced to go below if they want to try and attempt the plant. If not, then maybe we'll try and clear out these players and then finish off Mangoes below. Definitely two competent players here. Wouldn't put it past them to win this one out.
Yeah, they've got a bit of time as well, just under a minute now. Lusty in particular, a very common clutch player. They have diffuser downstairs in basement, as you said. Mangoes and Ibistal are camping that. So they will have to contest. Tex choosing the right stairwell to do so, so he gives himself some distance with this gun, which is going to be the biggest handicap at this stage.
Shoots down the first barricade in his way. Ibistal, though, is very close by. Lusty coming in as well for support. They do know that they need to go for this diffuser, but there's only 20 seconds left on the board. The aggression from Tex will be punished, and that will be the round surely for TBD. But Lusty, he's trying to bring this one back. He doesn't have a lot of time to play with. That diffuser obviously still down. He doesn't really have the time to go back to site. TBD, fully aware of that, will rotate up, play passive, wait for him to come through the door, and there it is. TBD will win the round.
Good round from them, and again, the diffuser downstairs ended up being a very tough to recover position for Fnatic. I like that TBD, once they identified that, they just played that real hard, and it worked out well. So nice by them. 3-3, I mean, that definitely still felt like Fnatic had most of the control of the half, but TBD have managed to bring it back to 3-3. So great by them, but they have to deal with attacks now.
Arguably the more challenging half on this map, of course, the attack. Will be interesting to see how they try and deal with the Fnatic defense, who are electing to bring quite a bit of utility potentially. Goryo Shields and my Magnets being played by Magnet. That's pretty cool. We'll be on the board and we'll have to be dealt with.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
That it will, and Aviator Games? No? Yeah, Aviator Games. Oh my god, I was almost lost in the sauce again. Yep, Aviator Games will be the first bomb site here, and interesting to see what Fnatic do to try and deal with the TBD attack, and of course how TBD attack. I would expect them to try and play this more aggressively, because, I mean, we didn't get much of a chance to see how they attacked on Coastline, but we didn't see the usual, again, TBD aggression. Something that really sticks out to me from last week against Wildcard was they were taking map control so quickly, and just if they saw an opening on site, they pushed that. So if Fnatic are ready for that, again, I kind of just feel like TBD are going to get that, you know, hard counter feeling.
Both these teams electing to really spread out their defenses, try and lock down what is essentially two halves of the map. Obviously having limited success as it was a 3-all half, and we could well see that trend continue. Tex, as you can see, playing quite aggressive towards bedroom, but it does look like TBD are going to invest now quite heavily over towards the study side of the map. Mangoes, of course, does have the diffuser in hand, a key player to watch, and it looks like he's going to follow the rest of his teammates over towards this balcony.
Didn't point it out either, but Tex and Magnet, you know, the Wamaya Jaeger combo. See whether that's something that is tough to deal with for the attack. I mean, this is a very different style attack to what we saw Fnatic do, and even different to last week, to be honest. A lot of their attacks last week, this bomb site heavily relied on taking Master Bedroom and 90, you know, the usual attack that you see. But this is very much south-sided, you know, like you said, the study push, trying to take, you know, the Aviator walls, bar, and work out a push that way. And now they've got the Hibana pellets open into Vault, or towards Vault, it's going to be a little bit difficult for Fnatic to maneuver themselves around.
Starting to approach the halfway point of the round now. A minute 30 to go. Magnet manages to scathe away, not taking any damage from some of the verticality Ibisol is generating from below, but there could be a gunfight. Mentalist, though, elects to play it a little bit more passively as another member of TBD will come for the peak. Drone comes out and his position has been revealed. Fortunately, that player from Pottery doesn't take the angle, and Mentalist will survive. Plenty of time left in this round, but Tex will get the first kill, and that's a great start for Fnatic.
It is, and a lot of time has been burnt by TBD or by Fnatic, whichever way you want to look at it. Haven't been able to get much map control, and they lost the first pick now. Cutie does finally get it back onto Magnet, so that is the 1Y off the board, but this time burn is really going to come back to bite TBD if they can't take this control of Study and main stairs.
2 quick kills for Fnatic, leaves it in a 4-on-2. Mangoes gets Mentalist, who's looking the wrong way, leaving it in a 3-on-2. It's definitely winnable for TBD, especially if Lusty gets dropped here. He's quite vulnerable inside of Study. The aggression will come out. The C4, though, will follow. Will he get a kill? No, it's shot in midair, but as he peeks up, he will be taken out. Ippy style really showing up here big in this round, pre-firing some common man angles in towards the site, but he's going to get aggressive. There is a player in the vault to his left. Is he aware? He hears the shots. He needs to go for this kill. Will he hit the shots? He will eventually, and the play is down, leaving it all up to Tex. Will he be able to clutch this one out? Mango's attempting the plant. Tex can't quite find him. He hears him, but he doesn't quite see him, and now it's a post-plant scenario. It's a 1-on-2. He has 40 seconds to clear them out and defuse the bomb. Both players from TBD critically low. One shot should be enough to kill them both. Question is, can he find these picks? No, he can't. And TBD will take their first attack.
Man, I can't believe that. It was a 4 versus 2 in favor of Fnatic, and then it really came off the back of Mangoes. There's no better way to describe it. Yeeting through Study towards the top of the main stairs, catching aces off guard. And that just gave TBD the control they needed. It was pretty much just after I finished saying that if TBD couldn't take the Study main stairs control, then a lot of their time burn was for nothing. So that move from Mangoes really changed the round. So nice for TBD. They've got the lead now, 4-3, and maybe their attack phase is not going to be as much of a struggle as we expected.
It's definitely up to TBD to continually evolve these attacks, though. As we know, once Fnatic start to read into them, that's where they will look their strongest. At least Fnatic will look at their strongest. So provided TBD can continue to mix things up, keep things fresh on this map, they are well and truly in with a chance. Once again though, Fnatic will stick the Wamai. Saw it play last round, but unfortunately Magnet was actually the entry death there for Fnatic. So hopefully he can have a bit more of an impact this round, because of course his gadget does refresh over time. So the longer you're in the map, the more of those gadgets you can deploy.
Yep, definitely like a Legion. You want to try and keep that player, you know, alive for majority of the rounds so you can get full use out of that utility. We'll see whether Magnet can get that opportunity this time. One thing that is standing out to me hugely right now is the amount of soft breach that's going to be required by TBD that they just simply don't really have. Thankfully, the Nomad has breach charges. But other than that, they've just got Ashe and Zofia. Let's count this out. They have Castle Barricades to deal with. They have Goyo Shields to deal with. That is 6 items already. They have a shield from Magnet. And then on top of that, they have to deal with ADSs and Magnets. From Magnet on the 1Y. So I mean, like, that's a lot of utility that they have to deal with that they don't have as much, you know, to counter. Could really come back to bite them in the mid-late round if they don't deal with it effectively.
Aggressive peaks from Tex early in this round. Doesn't quite net him a kill. He's under the pump a little bit, running past that bridge. That was a little bit risky, but he gets away with it. Mango's investing a lot of utility. At least 2 Hibana pellets. on that study wall to try and flush out Magnet and Tex, who are playing in those key positions. Critical part of the round here, Raven. If TBD can get these early picks, they should set themselves up really nicely. But Fnatic, on the contrary, if they get these picks, the defense should be pretty easy from there.
Yeah, and it's pretty reminiscent to how TBD held this before, and it's really important that if you design a strategy, you know how to counter it. So the fact that this is kind of similar to how they were holding it, I think really helps TBD and how they push it. There's so much dedicated to this side, and like you said, if they can come out on top of these gunfights, which they really are at the moment, still have the man advantage, looking pretty good for them.
It's looking really good now. It's a 4-on-1, and Aces is left to try and clutch it up. But there we go, he's taken out as well at 90. Very good round there for TBD. 2 rounds in a row, in fact. Hippie style definitely coming into this match here on Villa, and TBD now with a pretty decent lead.
Yeah, 5-3, and they're in their attack half now. I mean, we're pretty critical about how they've been playing on some of their defenses, but these attacks have been looking really good. They're really coming at the aggression. Speaking of things I was critical of, was their lack of, raising the bar of aggression to Fnatic, and I feel like that's finally happening with their attacks. They're winning their gunfights. Now I'm a bit worried for Fnatic. They're looking like they're really struggling to, deal with this.
Interesting decision there from TBD, bringing Jackal over IQ. I mean, obviously TBD is seeing things differently to how we have, but it doesn't necessarily feel like Fnatic are playing in unknown positions or hard to drone positions particularly. It really has seemed to be focused all around that soft breach utility versus shields versus other gadgets placed by the defenders around the map. So an interesting decision there. Would have maybe liked to see TBD bring some more soft destruction, but who knows? We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I have to see what they do. And I mean, if you think about it, the first time they defended this bomb site, it should have really been theirs. It just came onto that, that aggression from Mangoes on the Habana onto the top of the main stairs. So as long as they can stay, on top of that kind of stuff, that aggression that opens the round up for TBD, they should be sitting in a better position. Looks like TBD have changed their push as well.
Drones coming out here from TBD as they try and locate where these Fnatic defenders are placed around the map. Tex is one of these roamers over towards the bedroom door. Doesn't quite hit the drone, nor does he hit it on the second occasion. A little bit frustrated that his tracking wasn't quite good enough there. Goes across his screen again and he misses it. Poor Tex. He'll be a little bit annoyed at that. Sounds like the wall might be getting opened as well, so he needs to be mindful of these angles that are being created in towards his location.
Yeah, good utility coming out again into this aggressive position. Minute burned off. They're only just entering Master, so I like the contesting. It just depends on who ends up getting these picks or whether, Fnatic pull away. Tex will finally get the opening pick, though, onto Ippy Style, who is actually fragging out quite heavily for his team on this map. So that will definitely help them.
Tex not afraid to play such an aggressive position. Could wide peek the door if Mangoes and Joker don't quite see him do it. Won't be the case just yet, and Mangoes will shut him down. So it's a 4-on-4. Bit of a round reset, it feels like, at the moment, but there is a player towards Astro. Those magnets are creating issues, though. That's 2 flashes wasted. 3 flashes wasted. This is incredible stuff to witness. Wamai having such a massive impact. Mangoes will get aces. This player still inside of Astro surely will be flushed out, and is. Mangoes going absolutely off in this round, and now it's a 2-on-4.
Aggressive position here from Lusty as well, just the other side of this doorway. Guy are going to drone it out, and is he going to push straight past? He is. He's not going to get the shots. Lusty downed, and that's it, actually, guys. TBD close that out, and most importantly, prevent Fnatic from getting a full map win of points. That is TBD on match point now, securing themselves at least 1 point.
I think in terms of talking about the context of standings, it's important to note that Fnatic did get a better round difference against TBD by beating them 7-0 on map number 1. So that's pretty critical in this matchup. Fnatic technically come out on top, even if TBD do manage to win this next round and win the map.
Yeah, so if they end on even points at the end of the season, Fnatic will technically finish in front due to now having the head-to-head. That was always going to be tough because basically TBD would have had to 7-0 them on this map. And quite clearly that did not happen. So yeah, critical for Fnatic, considering that if TBD do take the map win, which it's looking potentially possible right now, they're going to be on equal points still.
As many bombs as they can.
Fnatic are heading to the kitchen site. I accidentally put it in as living in library. We haven't seen that played in ANZ, I don't think, at all really this season. Gets a bit of play some of the other regions, but ANZ not too keen to touch it. Actually some setup going on over that side of the map, so that's pretty interesting to see. But Fnatic, they are definitely over towards dining and kitchen, and it is the first time they are playing it tonight. So it's a little bit tricky to give a form guide going into this round. But I do think Fnatic will give it their all, try and at least draw out the map. They don't really want to drop 3 points here.
Attackers are heading out.
No, definitely not, because it will have a big effect on the standings. Like we said, it means that they will be at least even points with TBD, but they're giving an opening to other teams like Elevate and to a lesser extent Wildcard that are within, you know, one map win and still to play. So, of course, tomorrow, Fnatic actually play Elevate. And that series could really determine a lot more about the final positioning, because if Elevate gets 6 points, for example, they'll be ahead of both Fnatic and TBD. So really, yeah, the points coming out of tonight are really critical for setting up the rest of the week.
Such a great part of Super Week. All these matches on paper are quite close. This matchup, no exception. If you are just joining, Fnatic actually won the very first map between these two tonight, 7-0. But TBD, they're currently on a 3-round streak, bringing it back here after an even half and could well get 3 points back. This round, quite close so far. All 10 members still on the board.
TBD really have come into their own on their attack half. In fact, flawless in terms of their attacks at the moment. They haven't lost an attack round. Lusty looming quite dangerously there down in the living room library area. Not sure whether he's been identified at all by TBD or not. And if not, could be devastating mid to late round. Could even hold down red stairs if he moves onto that angle. Importantly though, TBD do have some vertical control. Not that they have an operator to really take advantage of that. They are going to have to use their soft breach in order to get some holes open.
Tex using the first of Fnatic C4s, doesn't net himself a kill. Jack Daddy though, he nets himself a kill with the pistol nonetheless on to Mentalist. That leaves only one C4 now on the board for Fnatic. Mangoes critically has the diffuser outside of what appears to be Laundry. I'll have to wait and see how he approaches in towards a bomb site potentially. Still though, it's a bit of a calm before the storm. Either team trying to outfox the other, trying to gain that positional advantage for the late round.
A breach charge is used on the floor to open it up. No C4 is used to capitalize it. I mean, Mentalist was fragged before I believe he used his C4. Lastly, still with one in the pocket. Texas used his. Mangoes gets another. Mangoes is absolutely popping off for TBD, ensuring his attacks go well, and it means they've got a 2-man advantage coming into the final 30 seconds here. Guys, this could be the map for TBD.
Oh, that's an awkward engagement for Mangoes. He's gotten 13 kills so far. Can he get his 14th here onto Aces? No, he can't. Aces goes absolutely massive. That's his double kill for the round, and he's bringing this one back for Fnatic. He has Tex alongside for support. 3 members of TBD trying to hunt them down. This could be pretty dicey for TBD. They need to get in towards the side and try and find these picks. Aces gets one more as Tex gets one as well. And there we go. He will eventually be refragged, but does Ippysal have the time? I think Aces is sitting outside. He knows exactly where he is and he pre-fires the angle. There's no way he managed to win that gunfight. There's no way that TBD managed to win that map. What a performance from them. 4 attack rounds straight in the second half. And what a play by Ippysal.
Yeah, I mean, there's not too much Aces could have done there. He was low HP. He just had to get out of the way. Maybe he could have even hit the deck because it came down to milliseconds. But at the end, TBD just too strong in their attacks. In fact, they didn't even lose an attack. Fnatic not winning any of their defenses on Villa. Massive efforts from Mangoes and Ippysal. And that is it. 2 map win for each of these teams tonight.
Yeah, as we mentioned though, critically, Fnatic do go out of this with the round advantage because they won that first map 7-0. So they could come back to bite TBD, but I think the fact that they're able to recuperate, have such a strong second map was really quite interesting. As you mentioned, 4 flawless attacks. That's a really good performance, particularly considering it was Villa as well.
Yeah, and considering the struggles we saw from the One Coastline, I really was doubting how they would go with Villa. I thought Fnatic would counter them pretty well and that they would struggle to adapt. And I mean, for a lot of the defense half for TBD, that was kind of the case. To be honest, I felt like they were quite fortunate to even get 3 rounds out of their defense. But then it came attack, and they just really stepped up the aggression. And it was Fnatic that were really struggling to adapt to that. That last round was their best look on defense for Fnatic. So they were pretty unlucky not to get it, to be honest. But at the end of the day, TBD just, too strong on attack.
Yeah, and it definitely felt like Fnatic were trying to mix it up quite a bit, bringing in some interesting operator picks, such as Carly, for example. But it just didn't quite seem to click, and TBD maybe even out-aggressed Fnatic in the end. And you were talking about this earlier. Aggression beats out aggression, and it seemed to be working in favor of TBD there.
Yeah, it did. Like, their attacks just were so hard for Fnatic to deal with. As soon as they saw an opening, it wasn't even just one person, it was multiple people pushing through, securing frags, and even refragging. And it just constantly caught Fnatic on the back foot. And whether it was just the shock of that, or, I mean, it's been a somewhat long night, second map, maybe Fnatic started to feel a bit of fatigue. Probably not, because they're pretty, battle-hardened players. But regardless, it just was something that Fnatic just never got back on top of.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note that this aggression that we're talking about isn't sort of superficial. We're not just making it up. There's stats to back it up. From what I tracked, there was 1 round out of the 10, so 10% of the rounds, where the plant actually went down. All the others were just frag outs, and most of those being just fierce contests in the last sort of minute, half a minute to go. So again, the aggression was super strong. Both teams trying to bring it to the table, and TBD did come out on top in the end.
Yeah, they did. And I just wonder if we saw more of their attacks on Coastline, whether maybe they would have had more of a chance to bring it back. But the fact that Fnatic went so hard on their attack phase in Coastline and getting 6-0 in that first half, maybe that just shot the mindset of TBD. Never really gave them a shot to get in. If tables had flipped, maybe it actually really would have gone very differently.
Yeah, and something we were mentioning quite a bit on these attacks was the utility clearing, because both teams on the defense were bringing a lot of utility to clear, such as magnets from Wamai or Go-Go shields. The list is really endless. I guess, how do you think both teams sort of did in clearing out that utility? I mean, TBD on map number 2 did a really good job, Villa being especially heavy with utility, but across the board, how do you think each team really went trying to execute that?
They never seemed like they had massive issues with it. There was one round there where I was really concerned for TBD, but just through pure aggression, they got by it. I mean, when Mango's got that pick onto, I think it was Ace's top of main stairs on that attack round, where it looked like Fnatic had it. It was a 4-2 man advantage to Fnatic. It's not like they cleared utility. Mango's literally just legged it to main stairs, got that pick, legged it around into Billiards and Bar, and they just got their frags. So I feel like that was kind of the solution a lot of the time when they were struggling to clear utility. They end up just saying, okay, guys, let's just push, let's play aggressive, let's get some frags.
Well, now that we've seen Aces, I guess, play 2 maps now back in this roster, we saw him quite strong in map number 1, albeit him falling off the roof for dropping that diffuser that one round. And then in the very last round there, Villa so close to having a massive impact, only just falling short. Early impressions on how he's fitting into this team. What are your thoughts?
Looked fine, to be honest. I'm not sure exactly what they were lacking on Villa, and it might be something we can ask Fnatic when we do the interview. Potentially that extra aggression, but to be honest, I feel like Aces held his weight. Even in that last round, like they were 5-2 man disadvantage or something at some stage, and he got 3 shotgun kills. Like the man can hold his own in that role. So whether that works for Fnatic long term, up to them to say, but I'd say at face value, it looks all right.
Well, luckily for us, we have Magnet from Fnatic waiting on the line. Let's bring him up. G'day, Magnet. Not a bad result tonight overall. Of course, you did, I guess, get the round advantage in the end. But map number 2, not quite going your way. What are your initial thoughts sort of coming out of Villa?
The clash definitely threw us off a bit in the sort of start of Villa. And then eventually we just sort of got around it. But definitely on defense, we sort of over-aggressed sometimes, and then they would just find just one small gap. As you said before, instead of clearing utility, just trying to find a solo play to open up the round, and they did that multiple times. So that's pretty much why our defender's side on Villa was so weak.
Yeah, I actually want to dig a little bit more into the counter of Clash. You guys started bringing Kali, and you're the first team in ANZ that's done so. Is that something you've actually practiced a lot of, or was that more of like a wing it decision?
That was not something we've practiced in scrims. So Tex has been playing it in ranked quite a bit. He's like, if I'm feeling it, I might play Kali. But then as soon as I started to bring the Clash, I'm like, boys, can Kali's gun actually take Clash off her shield like a stun? And they're like, yeah, she can. So we just brought her for that, and actually ended up doing pretty well. So yeah, wasn't planned.
Yeah, we were kind of surprised as well, because it's obviously something we've not really seen a lot of, and the counter was great. I want to move to Coastline because that was a strong map for you guys. Was there something in particular about that map that really enabled you guys to just, quite frankly, dominate TBD?
Not really. Look, we didn't counter strat them or anything. We were just, having fun. Of course, we don't have like anything to lose, as we always sort of say. But we were just in our groove, and we were vibing, we say that a lot on the team, right? We were vibing, so we were just having a lot of fun. So that's what ended up really giving us extra confidence in every single round.
Awesome. Well, you guys of course have Elevate for your next matchup. What are your thoughts heading into that one? It should be a close game.
No real thoughts at the moment. We'll just, take it as it goes. Just another game. So hopefully we can do well in that game as well.
All right. Well, we'll leave it at that. Magnet, we appreciate your time and all the best in your next match.
Thanks very much, boys.
It was really interesting, I think, talking about and really digging into that Clash, whether or not they have or have not played Kali in scrims, to just have the confidence to sort of bring her out was quite interesting. Tex, full credit to him. For an operator that he hasn't played in scrims, allegedly, he actually played pretty decently, and TVD did have some issues when that Kali was brought out.
Yeah, he definitely made it work. It's like we were saying in the moment, there was that one main round in Aviator Games where that Clash was just a total pain for Fnatic, and they struggled to deal with it. But once they brought the Kali, it never really had a factor. And yeah, full credit to Tex. He made that work, considering it had no official or competitive practice outside of ranked. And also full credit to Fnatic to, enable that kind of flexibility and that kind of playstyle to just try things when they need to. It really paid off.
Yeah, what were your thoughts, I guess, in regards to Magnet's response on Coastline? Because he mentioned he didn't really do any counter-stratting. I feel like quite a few teams don't really go down the counter-strat route as heavy in the current meta. How as a team do you then prepare? Is it just looking internally and trying to perfect exactly what you're doing? Because Fnatic looked like a pretty well-oiled machine there on Coastline.
Yeah, I'd say it just comes down to working on your own play style. He said that they wanted to play with fun and just kind of loose, and you could see that was working well for them. I think a lot of it just came down to they read TBD really well, and because they were playing, that loose fun play style, things like aces falling off the roof probably had no effect. Honestly, if anything, if they really were just having a lot of fun, stuff like that can probably help your mindset. They would have had a massive giggle, thought it was hilarious, and that just gets you, in a positive frame of mind.
Positive frame of mind is always really important. It's obviously something that can be brushed over pretty easily, but I feel like just like all other sports, mindset is really key, and the moment it starts to slip away, then it can be quite challenging. I guess that sort of leads into TBD a little bit, because their mindset after map number 1 probably wasn't very positive. However, they were able to reel it back and had a really strong second half on that Villa map.
Yeah, Villa and Coastline, completely different maps in terms of their performance. Their defense was still, a bit iffy on Villa, but at the end of the day, their attacks were just insane. And it was like Magnet said, and something I was saying post-match as well, instead of clearing the utility and struggling with that, they kind of just played to their strength. They just went aggressive, found the picks, and more often than not, that was just working, and Fnatic struggled with that. So, hats off to them to realize that was the key, and they ended up executing it really well.
Yeah, I think probably the best example of that would have been Ippy style, because in that second half of Villa, that's when he seemed to have a really big impact. Mangoes as well, who's a really strong fragger in his own right, played quite strong there in the second half as well. So it felt like once those players had their confidence, they were feeling quite activated, if that's the way you want to put it. That really lifted the rest of the team and allowed them to bring that aggression to the aggression, which we've mentioned a couple of times.
Yeah, and Ippy style in particular really was kind of shut out on Coastline, and then even Villa defenses. Like you said, he didn't really play much of a role until the attack phase. They were really good with their flank watch, Fnatic, and it just meant that the usual thing that he can sometimes get away with just didn't happen.
Well, guess what? Ippy is on the line, so let's bring him up and say hello. Ippy, good to see you, mate. I'm not going to make you relive the pain of map number 1. Let's brush past that. Map number 2, Villa, 4 attacks straight. Got to feel pretty good.
Just to quickly recap though, going to Coastline, like you guys were saying, they really did their homework on us, so they really shut all of us out every round. So at the end of that game, I basically said to everyone, stop being a bitch, to put it lightly, and start like playing a bit more aggressive, because everyone was too scared and giving a bit too much respect.
Yeah, you could definitely see that it just wasn't your usual comfort zone at all. I do want to talk more about Coastline. I mean, it went through the veto. It's historically been pretty good for Fnatic, not too bad for you guys. Was there a certain plan coming into that map that just never really got off the ground?
It was just more, we felt pretty confident and pretty comfortable on that map, and we just weren't ready for the amount of counter strat that Fnatic brought to us at the end of the day. That's basically what it was. Like the Hibana and us going hooker 3 or 4 times in a row, they just, yeah, weren't really thinking too strategically about it. So, oh well, It happened.
Yep. And then on Villa, your attacks, it really looked like you guys kind of flipped a switch between the first map and even the first half of Villa. Your attacks, you were playing really aggressively and with a lot of confidence. Was there anything that consciously happened in that switch, or can you give us more insight on that?
Yeah, so even on the defense, we were trying to play a bit more aggressive than the following map, but they were, as you can see, Fnatic are very, very good at the whole flank watch and watching the right angles at the right time and whatnot. So we got a few good picks, but they were always catching us on like either trying to refrag or rotate back to site, which cost us a lot of defense rounds. And I personally was trying to always have some form of impact lurking, but I kept getting shut out. Then on attack, we're just like, nah, let's just take these gunfights, and we won.
Well, of course, you guys have Elevate in the final Playday. Any sort of thoughts heading into that one? It should be a pretty close contest.
Hopefully the same result, but 2 W's, not 1. And not getting 07th. That's definitely one of them.
It's a good goal.
Yeah, we'll leave it at that then. Ippy, we appreciate your time as always, and good luck in your final Playday.
Thank you.
Good insight.
Confidence, yeah, definitely such a key factor, and it definitely showed on Coastline. Ippy hit the money. We could see it on the overhead every time, particularly on the defenses in Hookah, for example, where their players were just left in corners, having no impact, and they just couldn't open up the rounds. And then flip over the coin, head to Villa. It was a different story.
Yeah, and again, we said it a few times when Coastline was actually playing out. They were just playing so passive, and it was so different to how they would normally play. So I like what he said about how they were kind of giving too much credit to Fnatic and what Fnatic were doing. That really can freeze out your chance to adapt. It's kind of in a free fall kind of mindset where you're worried about making a change or a decision, so you kind of just do nothing. And that's definitely what it looked like for us, and Fnatic just steamrolled through that.
Well, we do have the standings after tonight's Playday ready. Let's beam it up and see how these matches have affected where everyone is placed around. It's pretty much identical because, of course, we haven't seen all the teams play in this final week, but any thoughts, Raven, on where these teams are positioned at the moment?
Big thing for me is going to be a matchup tomorrow night is Fnatic versus Elevate. And that is where the matches played will equal out between the top 4. And that could change everything. I mean, if Elevate get 2 maps, they will be on top. If Fnatic get 1 or 2 maps, they're going to outright take top as well. So Elevate need to win both maps to break into top 2. But it creates this little dance in the top 3 there, which I'm really interested about. And then that will also perfectly set up our final Playday, where Fnatic will play Wildcard and Elevate will play TBD. So I think that's the real excitement here, because it's going to be a real tight finish to the season.
Yeah, it's a great part about Super Week, of course, ANZ having 3 play days in a row to finish things off. The excitement only really builds and continues to sort of snowball into that final play day. We don't know where these teams are going to finish, and I think that's really the exciting factor coming in to this final week.
Yeah, and one thing also, Sinister are now on 13 points. They're 6 points behind Wildcard. If Wildcard don't get any points the rest of the season, which is their only game against Fnatic, so if they lose both those maps, and Sinister get 6 points or win the rest of their maps, Sinister actually have head-to-head with Wildcard. So there is a very small chance that Sinister could actually finish in 4th place.
That would be very interesting, seeing Wildcard that low in the standings. It is important, I think, again, every time we talk about Wildcard is they're rebuilding, just like Kanga at the bottom of the standings, they're rebuilding as well. So I only expect those teams to rise over time as those changes really come into effect and they become better and more well-tuned. Of course, we have to wait a little bit longer before we see those teams play again, but I'm excited nonetheless.
Yeah, and actually, I was wrong. Sinister don't have the head-to-head. I was totally thinking of Fury. But either way, Sinister could equal points with 4th place. And I mean, they can take that in their stride. Even if they equal points and they don't take it head-to-head, that's got to feel good for them considering just how grim the first half of their season was.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for another Playday here in ANZ. But be sure to join us again tomorrow night, same time, 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time for Playday number 12. We hope you can join us. We'll see you then.
No pulse and all alone. Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. There's the soul in me and the heart I had for you. It bleeds for you. It bleeds again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Now you bring, oh, you bring, oh, you bring me back. Bring me to life. No. I stop to myself, try to run on a faulty line. I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But you bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it bleeds again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, but pack your bag now. Keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, go what it takes to fight back, don't stop until you back out, give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, go what it takes to fight back, don't stop until you back out, give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Stand up, got what it takes to fight back, don't stop until you back